Okay, says we're live. This was originally supposed to be at 5 o'clock, but something came up. I had to postpone it. I'm supposed to have a special guest tonight, Enuel. We'll see when he shows up. I'll add him to the stream. Let's see here. Need to add my stream to the. You know what? It's not coming up. One time I should have rebooted this. Try to bring the stream up so I can have access to real world because StreamYard is so slow. Computer slow today. Read myself. Just might. Oh, come on. Not now. Yeah, unresponsive. I'll be back. All right. Hopefully I am back. I had to reboot my computer. Hi, Kate. Hi, Maggie. Thank you for stopping by and dropping a like, Maggie. I'm hanging in here, Kate. Not better than I was last week, but still suffering with breathing issues. Don't know what's wrong. I mean, I have asthma. I guess I'm just having one heck of an asthma attack. I was supposed to start this at 5, and I had to put it off because something came up. So, I was supposed to have a guest host, so he's supposed to show up, and then I'll add him in. It's been a wild week. Let's just say the whole week's been pretty wild. I fell asleep on one of my streams. I went to the hospital on one of my streams. Today I had to go see my dad because he's in a nursing home. He's 89 years old. And it was the first chance since last summer that I got a chance to see him for a whole 15 minutes. But I got a chance to see him. So I saw him in person. So I had to go. So my stream is late, which I had somebody scheduled to be on with me, which made it a little bit harder. So hopefully you can hear me. I'm not exactly sure because I had, glitches and it kicked me off. So I know the camera's here because I can see me, but I don't know if you guys can hear me. Now I had started sharing the screen and then that got screwed up. Let's see, let's put the sharing the screen back on. There it is. Share it. All right, so we're ready to use it. It's there and ready to go. I am working on my writing, working on my blog. Blogs keep you busy if you try to keep them up. Sometimes they fall behind. Today, I have at least 2 posts to do on the blog today. I want to get done. And then back to working on my first book, getting it ready for edits. I'm doing edit/rewrite because the beta reader comments came in, a lot of them. So I have a few areas that definitely need some work. And so I got that to work on. Oh, I want to go drink. No, of course I didn't fill my water up. I gotta get some water. Need something to drink. Can you hear me, Kate? There's Enuel. I will send you the link in Instagram. And you just click on it when you get it. All right, it's there now, ready for you to click on. And when you click on it, it should bring you into my bottom of my screen. I should see you pop in. And then I'll add you. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. So far, no one said anything. figure I'll pop it into the chat and see somebody answers me. Because I was saying I had problems with my mic and my camera, so I don't know. There's no way for me to know unless somebody tells me that they can hear me. At least I'm not as late as I thought I was going to be. We were only allowed to visit for 15 minutes. I mean, 15 minutes is better than nothing, but 15 minutes. Because there's a lot of people there that want to visit, and they're doing it in the lobby, so not much space. They can only have 2 people at a time. So anybody wanting to visit, they have to spread them out. I'm beginning to wonder if anybody can hear me. But then again, you can see it on the screen, so somebody should be answering me. Hi, Lamani. Can you hear me? Nobody else is answering me, and I don't know if my mic is working. Nice to see you, too. Okay, thank you. Because nobody else is answering me. And I'm waiting for Enuel he's supposed to join me on the screen. I don't know if he doesn't know what to do or he couldn't hear me. That's what I was. Oh, now you can hear me. You couldn't hear me. Okay. Yes, you have a link in Instagram. Go click on the link. Well, there was one scheduled, and then I had a last minute chance to go see there you are. The last minute chance to go see that. Yeah, you have a link in Instagram. You got to turn your screen, mute your screen. And then I had the last minute chance to go see there you are. The last minute chance to go see that. Yeah, you have a link. Or is it mine?
Okay, hold it.
You got to mute.
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, because unfortunately, I do that all the time. Okay, there you are. So the sound wasn't working at first. I'm like, somebody answer me.
Yeah, correct. I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the camera said said the camera and the mic weren't working, and then the picture came in, but I guess the mic didn't. So I'm asking, and I'm like, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw you fine, but then your mic went.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully it won't do that again. Something was wrong. I had to reboot, so I popped out. I popped in and popped right back out again. So we were scheduled. This is Enuel, everybody. And he was scheduled to be with me tonight at 5 o'clock. And then something came up. I got a chance to see my dad, who I haven't seen since last summer. He's in a nursing home, and they just allowed visitation. So I got to see him for 15 minutes, but meant we were a little late getting started. So it became a pop-up sprint instead, because I didn't know when I'd be done. So this is Enuel. Do you have a little intro?
Yeah. I'm trying it out for the first time. You let me know if it's any good. Hello, my name is Enuel Carabello. I am a disabled mystery and crime fiction writer. I write fiction that keeps you in suspense. I have a small YouTube channel named Enuel Writes Books, where I do where I do a monthly minimalist bullet journal setup, and I live stream twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 Eastern. I also dabble in making my own sprint timers, and I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
That was really great. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
And thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Everybody kind of knows me by now. I mean, I'm a long time blogger, and so I'm used to short stories. I'm not used to the long stories, so I'm working on a novel. It's my first one, and I'm struggling through it a little bit. And then I decided to make a series just to make it more complicated. So, so I have a lot of work to do. But I figured out I can take a lot of those nano projects that I never could finish. Could never finish 50,000 words.
Yeah.
And perfect. I can convert them over into this little small town mystery series that I'm setting up. So that's what I'm working on right now. So just let me know when you have to leave,
Okay. Will do.
Okay. If you know about the buttons, did you do the little test and play with the buttons and stuff like that?
Yes.
On the bottom? So you know how to stop the camera, the mute button, and all that
mute
stuff.
And yes.
Okay.
No.
So you could, if you want to leave or something, you could turn your camera off so nobody has to, or if you have to do something you don't want them to see.
Okay.
I mean, it depends. People do some things on the camera and some things they turn off, and so depends on what you feel like. If you just want to have time to yourself, turn the camera off.
Okay, will do.
And if you're going to listen to YouTube during the sprints, make sure you mute yourself so everybody else isn't listening. So
I forgot to turn
let's
it
see.
off before I joined.
Yeah, well, I do that sometimes too. And I said, I don't think that's mine. I think that's yours.
It was.
So now Lamanique says she's gearing up to write some cozy mystery soon. And I think that's a neat idea. And I was reading up on mysteries and thrillers, and mine sounds like it's kind of in the cozy mystery zone sort of thing, where, because they're all happening in the same town. Like the connection is the town. Of course, the same detective is in each one because she lives in the town, so it kind of sounds like more like a cozy mystery series sort of thing. So I think and I love those kind. I think they're really neat. So that'll be neat. You were thinking that for me? Yeah. I think that's basically what I'm doing. And so it's the rewrite. So you guys all, did the initial. there's some rewrites now because I have to make a connection between book 1 and book 2, you know, get the characters together. Well, it's not going to be a female amateur sleuth. It did say you could have a town. It could be a town. I was reading up on it, on the thing. Like the connection could be the town. It doesn't necessarily have to be a female sleuth. It could be anybody. But something on that series, on that, well, that's not the word I want. On that, that's my idea. I don't know what I wanted to say. It's not coming out. Yeah, that's funny. I'm thinking of making my series culinary cozy mystery. You know, there's a lot of them out there, and the people put mystery. They put their recipes in there, and you can get, you know, those books with all the recipes for everything that they talk about in the book. So that's pretty cool.
I have heard of cozy mystery having an amateur sleuth. Not particularly. I never heard of a female. You know, it had to be female or male, but
yeah, I didn't
amateur.
either. Yeah, as I said, I just read it the other day, and it was talking about could be a even a town, like they're all in the same town.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all connected by a town, same. You know, it's going to be the same detective because he lives in that town. So that's, I didn't see anything about female either. A lot of them are, because they're, like she said, the culinary. There's a big series of books out there that are all culinary mysteries, and they include the recipes and everything in there.
Right.
So that's a pretty big chunk of it. So I'm going for the same sort of thing, but I'm not doing culinary. I'm not a cook.
Neither am I.
Yeah, so let's see here. Okay, cool. Yes, I can definitely see yours in cozy. Okay, cool. All right. Well, we're going to see how this all works out, because some of you that weren't here yesterday, I have been officially entered into the assisted living program waiting list, and whether or not they say I can take my computer when I go, but I may be limited in what I can do with it. Like I may not be able to live stream. I'm going to have a roommate. So it may not allow me to do as much, but hopefully I'll still be allowed to, you know, be able to write and everything. And let's see, I just listened to One for the Money based in Jersey. Oh, yeah. Janet Ivanovich. I love her stories. Yeah. And I know the area she writes about. I'm a little far, maybe a couple hours from Trenton, but I do, you know a lot of the things that she writes about. And that's a great series. I got 27 and 28 now, I think. She's that far along. Wow. And it's funny because they're lighthearted. That's the other thing, is they're lighthearted. They're not super serious. You know, like some of those thrillers that are so super serious, and, you know, really crazy people plotting, and, you know, they're lighthearted. And I like the lightheartedness of them.
Yeah, lighthearted is good.
Yeah.
I remember when that was at book 5 or 6, something like that. It's all the way to 28 now. Wow. 27
or 28. I just bought them, or maybe it was 26 and 27. It's up there. She's pretty far along. That's a lot, yeah. And I don't know if I missed any in between. Those were the 2 I found. I got up to, I'm definitely in the early 20s, but I don't know if I had got them. I was trying to, you know, read them in order. But then the library closed on me. So, you know, when we went through the problem with the library, so.
Right. That's how I get most of my books, through the library.
That's what I did. I didn't buy books, man. I went through the library. Oh, I'll miss you so much if you can't live stream, but you've got to take care of you. Yeah, Mom, my family's worried about me. I just had another issue going to the hospital in the middle of the stream. I don't know if you were here I don't remember if you were here that night. And, you know, it was just like, I can't keep doing this. I talked to my care manager, and she says, you need the next level up. I don't need a nursing home, which is what my kids are trying to put me in. She said, but the assisted living would be perfect for you. So she said, I'll put you on the list. So it could be anywhere from this month to months from now to years from now, I guess, depending on how many. There's only so many Medicaid spots open. I'm not paying cash. So, I'm limited on where I can go. There's not that many. Now, you say you've read all the way through. I assume you're talking about, hi, Allie. I assume you're talking about Janet Ivanovich? Because Janet Ivanovich, I read all the way up to at least the early 20s. I may not have gotten all of them. I've been trying to, but I can't remember what they were all about, so I don't know which number. I didn't write it down. I was keeping track. I had a huge spreadsheet of every book I read because I like to read series in order. I had them all, in line, but I lost the spreadsheet. I don't have it anymore, so I don't know whether I got all the way every single book, but I've read most of every single book she ever wrote. I love her. She's perfect. So Allie's here now. And no, I found out about it after the fact. Okay, I didn't think you were here that night, but
no, she wasn't.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was kind of a crazy night.
It was.
All around.
I came in late, and I was wondering what happened.
Oh, I didn't know what to do. If I had been in the assisted living, they would have called a nurse. The nurse would have made a decision as to what to do. I wouldn't have to be sitting here. Should I? Shouldn't I? Do I? We wouldn't go through all that. The nurse would make a decision and it would be done. So that's, it needs to take some of this. It's too much. It's too hard for me to deal with. So, it's something I'm going to have to do. Now, it could be soon. There was an opening. When she talked to me Friday, she said she filled the last male spot and there was a female, but she doesn't know if it's still open. She's going to try Monday and then she'll have them try other places. So if it happens this month, well, it's going to be really fast. But, hopefully it won't because my kids are busy, unfortunately, dealing with the death of his father. And so they're trying to help his mother. They had a huge house. So they're trying to help her move. So the last thing they need to deal with is me having to move. So this would really be better off if it can wait a few months. So we'll see. Yes, jumping around on subjects. You can use your library card on Overdrive and get ebooks.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Overdrive. I don't want to see. Overdrive. I got so many notes here, it isn't funny. Can't find anything. I got to go through them and straighten them out.
Sound like
I keep writing. Yeah, I got all these, and they're not all sticky notes. So I got piles of notes, and then they fall on the floor, and then they're all out of order. And then I rewrite the notes over again. It's like, oh my gosh. There's so many stuff. I have so much piled up here. Okay, so Monique is asking you how you're doing, Enuel.
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. We're doing the Worldwide Write-a-thon, and I'm co-hosting for the first time ever. So I'm learning how to co-host a little bit. Besides that, I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking.
I figured it would give him a chance to get in front of the camera a little bit before throwing him to the wolves.
Yeah, because I'm used to doing it by myself, but I've never done it,
It's different. Yeah, and it's small. You got a small stream. It's different. Right. We're going to have hundreds of people out there. It's going to be a whole different story. So it is a little bit more intimidating, but it is fun, but it is intimidating. So, and I kind of talked them into it. So I felt a little like maybe I should kind of help them out a little bit if I can, since I've kind of talked them into to doing it.
Well, I mean, I wanted to do it. You just gave me the right nudge.
Yeah, well, that's it. That little nudge there that I gave you, I thought, gee, you know, I kind of feel responsible here to make sure he's prepared. Oh man. So anyhow, that starts 6 a.m. Saturday the 13th. So it's
Okay.
next Saturday, 6 a.m. and goes all the way through to Sunday night at 6 p.m.
Right.
They're hour and a half sprints. And of course we have the time change, so that screws things up a little bit. But there'll be hour and a half sprints with a half-hour break in between each one. So it's a 2-day affair, and you'll have a lot of people. And there's different people this year. It's not the same people that did it last year. Like all the big guys did it last time. A lot of those big guys, they're not involved this time. It's more of the newer people that are doing it. So it's going to be a little bit different because it won't be the big drawlers. So maybe they won't be as big a crowd. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see when it happens.
Yeah.
So how about we? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. They're making a big thing out of it. Everybody's sharing it on Instagram and Twitter and everything else. So I would expect it to be big.
Yeah, well, people love it. Because they spend the whole. Some of them, well, a few will spend the whole. It's 36 hours this time. It was 24 before. The whole time watching all of them. I watched almost every one, but I didn't quite make every one. But a couple did all of them. So that's perfect. I can finish my book in that one. Yes. Most likely, yes, you'll have plenty of time. Definitely lots of streams. Yes, I am. I'm co-hosting 2. Enuel and I are in the same ones. Yes. One's at Saturday at 9 to 10. Well, depending on time frame, I think it's 9 Eastern time, 9 to 10:30, I think.
I'm checking that now.
And then one's on Sunday. And I'm on a couple of the chats, too. Well, at least we have our other co-hosts now, so I feel better.
And we have a host of the Saturday night one, which is fantastic.
The host, the host. The host finally showed up too.
The host finally.
Yeah.
So okay, so on the 13th, I'm sorry, Tessa.
Okay.
I want to interrupt you. On the 13th, 8 p.m. to 9:30. That's with Lindsay Ewing. And then
is that the nighttime then?
That's the nighttime, Saturday night.
All right. Oh, okay. I was doing backwards.
And then the Sunday morning is 9 to 10:30 right now, but I think that's 8 to 9:30 with that daylight saving time.
They built in the thing, so they fixed the times. So when your clock changes, it should be actually the 9 to 10:30 because the clock. Most of our phones and stuff change themselves. Our computers are automatic, so they wrote that in that way. It's a little weird. I told her, I said, why didn't you just pick the weekend that didn't have a time change? Make life easier on yourself. So yeah, I will be there too, barring any more issues. I will be there. I don't like to make too many big plans because I never know what's going to happen with me. So, would we like to start with a sprint? Let's see.
Yes, I'm good if everybody else is.
All right. So how about, let's see. I have to get water and stuff like that. How about we start with a 20-minute warm-up?
Okay.
because I have to open all my programs because I had to reboot and everything. So I'm not ready to do anything. So that'll give me a chance to set everything up. Oh, I hit
Okay.
start. Wait a minute, reset. Not going to start yet. Okay, so we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, now I usually stop my camera and mute myself at this point. You can watch, you can keep it open,
Yeah, we
depending
can do
on
that.
what you're doing. You know, because when I'm going off screen, I like to have, I don't like all the background noises and the camera just looking at the mess behind me.
Okay, no problem.
So I will be back. Oh, I didn't let me put the timer up. Sorry about that. There we go.
All right.
All right. So there we are. There's the camera. There's the timer. And I will see you in 19 minutes.
All right.
Okay. We are done our first sprint. How did you do, Enuel?
I did pretty good. I have 142 words, and I looked up that book series, Stephanie Plum series, and it is all the way up to 27. I couldn't believe it.
Okay,
You were right.
so then I got 26 and 27. I got the last
Yeah,
two. Yeah, I was surprised to see how fast she was moving along.
yes,
But it's a great series. She's a fantastic writer.
yes, yes.
So I got my documents open, and every time I have to fight with the markup pane, I don't know why it keeps opening itself up all the time. And I can't remember from the one time to the next how to turn it back off again. So I got my documents open. So that opened everything back up because I had a reboot. So
Okay.
I didn't get anything written. I just had everything opened, and I take it back. I worked on my story Bible, and I got some of the stuff in there. And if you don't know what that is, that's like where you can keep track of all your characters' names and their traits, and you could keep track of anything. Like I have my police department laid out in there, and all the names of what their ranks are, and their names, and names of different businesses and addresses and things that you might need to refer to in your story, but you can't keep in your head because I'm a pantser, but there's too much info to keep in my head. So that
Yeah.
goes into what I call story Bible. And I got off of, Authortube. So I was working on updating a lot of that information in there. Um, like I keep track of the kind of car they drive and all that stuff that might come up in the story. And it's like, oh, gee, what is it? Because when I first time I wrote the story, I had um, not the parentheses, but the kind of the bracket. And I
Hmm.
would put bracket, and then I would put name of car or name of cop or whatever. And then I'd have to go and copy, I mean, find
Hmm.
find the bracket, each set of brackets, and fix the information after I found the information. So if you put it in the thing, then you could go back either later or do it then. If you want to do it with the brackets and go back later, you can do it, or you could just open up, the story Bible and do it as you're going along, whichever way you want to do it. Hi, Jocelyn. I just didn't see you come in here.
Is that
Come
also
in.
known as the series Bible?
Series Bible, yeah.
Series Bible, story Bible.
I called it story because at first I was only doing a one book thing. I wasn't planning on a
Gotcha.
series. So I guess now technically, yes, it's a series Bible because it's going to have the info for all the stories in it, not
Yeah.
just one. It'll have everything in there because these people are all related, interrelated in the story. So they're going to all be in there. So yeah,
Okay.
it'll be a series Bible. So yeah, if you're looking to see more information, you can look up series Bible and get it too.
Okay.
So hello, Jocelyn. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing?
Hey, Jocelyn.
Dominique has been making dinner during the first sprint. There you go. Oh, Dominique asks, what are you using for your story Bible? I am currently using Word. I understand that if I ever learn Scrivener, that there's a possibility that you could do that kind of information in Scrivener. Of course, I'm going to have a lot of problems because a lot of things that I use now, like Word and all, have to be paid for. If I go into assistant living, they take my whole check. I get a $50 living fee for the month, and that's it. So all these things that I'm, used to buying and having on my computer, I won't have unlimited streaming, even if I can stream. I don't know the situation still on that, whether I have a private room or not. I know we share a suite, but I don't know if that means we got curtains between. So they tell us we have to bring our furniture. So it seems like it'd be more like a solid wall, maybe splitting, a shared bathroom kitchen kind of thing. So they provide food too, so I don't have to cook or anything. which is another good thing. I don't eat right because I don't cook. And they would, of course, have me on a diet that I'm supposed to be following for all my medical conditions that I don't bother with.
Assisted living is so different in so many different states that, like in New York, you have your own apartment, and then there's other states that you divide it up, or you only have a room. So it's kind of
It, yeah, well, the thing is, it also depends on whether you're private pay. If you can afford the
yeah,
private pay, you're going to have a nice place and you can afford an apartment. You can have an apartment or you
okay,
can have just a room. I'm in Medicaid. So the state is paying for it. So it's going to be cheap.
cheap, yeah,
So I already know if there's a roommate. I just don't know the layout. But she keeps telling me there's nothing in there. You have to bring your own furniture. So it sounds like they're taking maybe one of their apartments and split it up. I mean, maybe they have like 2-bedroom apartments and then
that's
they
what I'm
just
thinking.
split them up, and you share the bathroom. We have to share the bathroom and maybe there's a little kitchenette or something. You don't need a big kitchen. They provide food. So, or maybe there isn't even a kitchen there. Maybe it's just the bathroom, a shared bathroom, and then each of us would have our own little room. And if it has walls, then I could probably still stream.
Right.
But if it doesn't, if it's just a curtain dividing us, then it'd be a little intrusive, if I was sitting there trying to stream. And I would have to go back to the free one, which is only 20 hours a month. So I couldn't do my streams that I do now.
Yeah, that's what I have right now.
Very limited. The free one.
I have the free one, yes.
Yeah, so you're limited in the amount of time you can use.
Right.
Now on the last one, if you sign on and you got like 15 minutes left, they don't stop you at 15 minutes. They let you run your stream. So as long as you have time left and can get started, you can finish that last stream. They won't
Okay.
cut you off in the middle. At least that's what they say.
Okay.
I found out real fast that I was going to need to pay for the monthly unlimited. But these are all things I won't have. And I won't have Word. I'll have to use Google Docs, which I hate.
Yeah.
And, I won't have Scrivener once I have. Right now it's paid for. But if it ever got to the point where it wasn't paid for anymore, I mean, like they say sometimes they make revisions that you have to pay again. At that point, it would be, I wouldn't have it anymore. I haven't even learned how to use it. So I don't know anything really about. So I use, hi, Charlie. How are
Hey,
you?
Charlie.
I have a guest today.
Yeah, I use Google Docs. I use all the free stuff right now.
Yeah, I don't like Google Docs. I can use it. I've used it. I got things on it, but I prefer Word. I prefer Microsoft products. I prefer and I trained on their products. I mean, granted, these new versions I'm not used to because I trained on really old versions, but I just liked Microsoft Word better, but I will have to start, a lot of things that I'm used to doing now, I'm just not going to have the option of doing. But it's just, I got to do it. It's not much I can do about it. So I can't live alone anymore. And it's becoming, like my care manager says, you need a higher level of care. And this program was designed to try to keep you in your home if you wanted to stay in your home. But
Right.
I've gone past what they can provide me for, and provide for me. Said that backwards.
Yeah.
Provide for me. And so the next step would be assisted living, but there's not a lot available for Medicaid. So, and of course, it's not going to be fancy. It's definitely not going to be fancy. But a nursing home is going to be worse. So the fact that I could go to assisted living instead is definitely much better.
I've learned so much with what's going on with COVID and nursing homes. Yeah, I think assisted living will be better for you anyway.
My dad is in a nursing home. That's where I was today.
Oh,
And
okay.
he's had COVID. He already had it.
Yeah.
It ran through there rapidly.
What happened?
Months ago. And then they had a second. They just got cleared again. So now they're opening up to visits again. So that's why my sister said, look, I made us a visit. It's the first one. You know, the new thing. They just reopened to visiting again. So we went over today to see them. So, yeah, I didn't want to do that. Besides, it's really restrictive. I mean, in assisted living, my kids can come take me out for the day, and, you know, I'm not restricted to my room. I obviously can go out in the grounds and walk around, and, you know, it's more apartment living, but still having that level of care that is needed. Because I need someone to bathe me and dress me because I'm disabled too. So, you know, that's something I need. And I only have an aide here 5 days a week for a few hours. The rest of the time I'm on my own, you know. So I need more. So my kids are, you know, like, they don't like it because I'm here alone. They hate it. They think it's terrible. Let's see. I got some comments here. Charlie says, I just finished a new song, so I'm taking it easy at the moment. Oh, cool.
That is fantastic.
Another song. Yeah, great. Dominique says there's some wikis you can use for free online. I know Sarah talks about them. I saw that video. I don't understand what a wiki is, but I do know. I've heard the term because I watched her video on it. But she's the first one, I think, that mentioned the series Bible.
Yes.
Started using Campfire that you pay per options you need, so I'm paying $1.50 a month. But see, I can't. It's not bad, but I'm not going to have any income. They're taking my whole check, and all I get is $50. So if I need a haircut or I need some clothes, $50 a month doesn't cover much. You know, that's all I'm going to have available. So I have to cut everything. I'm already working at cutting down things that I don't need, you know, starting to cut them out now. That you know, monthly expenses, trying to bring all this down. And I have some bills I have to pay. I'm hoping and praying that stimulus goes through because that'll fix that problem.
Yes.
Lamini says the song, wow, Charlie Dorset. Yeah, songwriter. Lamini said the wiki was hard for me, so I grabbed Campfire. Well, that's cool. I guess I'll be using Google Docs because, well, Google, whatever their spreadsheet version is. I can't remember what it's called. Probably, which means doing it all over because you can't really, it's hard transferring those things from document to document. It really screws things. You could do Word to the document, not too bad. It screws it up, but it's not too bad. But I couldn't imagine trying to copy a spreadsheet onto. And I'm used to having a printer available. You know, I won't be able to, once the ink is done and whatnot, I won't be able to buy ink and paper and all that stuff. So we won't have that access. And I'm used to printing things out whenever I feel like it. Can't do that. See, there's some videos out there about using Google Docs for Story Bible. Yeah, I'm sure people do because some people only have that for that option. So yeah, I'm sure there are. Definitely. It's just going to be different.
I'm sorry, Tessa.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I've heard of I've seen videos and things on Google Docs since that's what I use on series Bibles, but I don't have a series yet. So, and I really don't plan on making one. But you know how that goes. You don't plan.
Yeah, I didn't either. That's why I said all of a sudden, whoa, one book just became this long series. And I thought, you know, I have all these old unused nano projects that I couldn't do anything with. Well, I'm thinking back because they were too small. They, you know, and I thought, you know, I may be able to work those into something and convert them into this town and lengthen them out a little bit, because some of them made it to 30 or 40,000, but and as long as it's at least 40,000, it's considered a novel anyhow. So it could be a small series. It doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be a big one. See, Charlie says, yeah, to La Monique, it is my 4th in a year. I miss doing music. I'm so glad to be doing it again. It only took 3 days for this one. That's cool. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty fast. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to do a song, but I would think it would take longer than that. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully I didn't miss anything. It jumped on me earlier and I missed Jocelyn. I didn't see her pop in.
No, I think you're pretty covered on them, on the chat.
Charlie says, once upon a time, my work in progress was a book, then a trilogy. Now it is 5 books. Yeah, I'm up to at least 5 ideas of currently started projects. One is the one I'm working on now in my blog. So that's, the basis of that one's being worked out in the blog. Trying to build that up to, convert that over. The last one I did on there is time to copy all those files into a file, because they're on blog pages. They're all blog pages. So I have to take and copy each one over into a document. And I keep putting it off because it's not a fun thing trying to copy each page, because it was 30 or 40 parts. So that means opening 30 or 40 documents, copy and pasting each thing out of it, and making a sort of outline. Now I'm starting the second one of those. Plus I have other stories I've already written that have to find them, and I have to start taking the information and converting it so it'll work in the story too. And then I have a few older nano projects that have been sitting around. They've just sit there because I don't know what to do with them, and maybe I can work them into something too. So there's something to work with. And what else do I have to do? Not a lot.
And I can see how us mystery writers and detective stories can turn in from one book into a trilogy or however many books. Because there's always a new case,
Yeah, well, I didn't plan on it. I really did not plan on it. It was simply a simple single book. And I don't know what was the turning point, but suddenly, all of a sudden, I'm like, whoa, what do I got here? How did this happen? So it certainly wasn't planned on. That's for sure.
And you're a planter too, am I right? Did I hear you correctly? You're a planter?
Do I have what?
You're a pantser?
Yeah,
no
pantser. Yeah, so this first story, I totally pantsed it. And that's when I realized I needed a story Bible, because there was just too much info to keep in my head. The story was there. That was no problem. I just plopped that out on the, page, no problem. But I couldn't keep the details straight. That's where the problem came in. So yeah, I'm a pantser. I tried writing with an outline. I tried writing one. I tried writing with one. It didn't work. I threw it out.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's there. Are you?
Yeah.
It's like it's in my head, and it's just like doing an outline. It just seems like a waste of time. Why not just make the zero draft or whatever they want to call it? Right. Make it a zero draft or whatever. And that's the first thing, and the story's there and everything's there, and then you build on it from there. I can't get into, I know there's some people like this Sarah that she's been talking about, very, very detail oriented
Yes.
outlines color coded and I mean very detailed. But that's her way of doing it, and that's just the way it is, you know. And there are some people that way, but for
Yeah.
me, it just seems like a waste of time. And I've written probably over 1,000 short stories by now, and I just throw them together. I don't sit there and work on an outline. And people do that for short stories. They work on an outline, and I'm like, are you kidding me? You can't just put a short story together?
Well, that's my problem with pantsing. And my problem with pantsing, not so much with pantsing, with short stories, is that I'm an overwriter. My first ever work in progress is 150,000 words,
Oh,
and I was
wow.
shooting for like 80. So, and then short story, I started writing one in January. I'm up to like 50,000 words on my short story. It's not a short story anymore.
It's not a short story. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm an underwriter, and that's where
Oh,
my problem is. I'm an underwriter, so I have a problem. Like right now, you know, I got to 50. I'm at like 52, almost 53,000 words. I doubt it's going to be much more than. It might even be less when I'm done cleaning up and fixing it up. It might even be less than that. I think it was Charlie that told me that 40,000 was a book. I said because I don't even have 50,000. It's like 40,000 is a book. So
yeah.
I looked it up, and
Mhm.
they said 40,000 is considered a book. So I said, all
Correct.
right. So I do have a novel. It's just a very small one.
Yeah.
But I'm more short story writer because I've been doing blogs for 10 years and writing short stories, you know. That's what I excel at. But now it's like, it's a lot harder writing a novel. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah. I wish I could write short stories and leave it at 15,000 words and be happy with it.
Ah, that's no problem. You'd be really part. Did you ever write flash fiction? I write flash fiction 100 words maximum. And that's a whole story in 100 words.
I can't.
You
I've never
think it's
tried it.
hard? I think that's part of the reason why I'm having so much trouble with novels because I'm so used to writing flash fiction and you take all the description out. So now it's
Oh,
hard for me to put it back in. And I think
gotcha.
that may have been what happened. So I may not have had the same issue if I hadn't been so used to writing flash fiction. And some of them were smaller than 100 words. There's one site, she sometimes will drop it down to like 17 words. 17 words, you got to write a story. So it's really weird. Well, we should. Oh, hi, Mary.
Yeah, Mary.
We have a guest today, and Enuel was here. Dominique says, yes, I never knew how much work went into writing fiction, especially novels. I used to always write nonfiction and Christian self-help books. I've done a lot of nonfiction articles. I just posted one on my blog. We got feedback. I don't know if you need to put a headset on or something, and UL, because I've got one
I do.
on.
Okay.
Yeah, we got feedback. I can hear it, and I do have a headset on, so you may have to put one on, earset, earbuds, or whatever, something. Maybe that'll cut it out. Sometimes it works that way, anyhow. Um, I wrote a lot of nonfiction, and I just posted on my new blog, the one you see at the bottom, the letter I wrote to my children about my bipolar. I found it on an old website. The site's not, updated anymore, but it's still there. And I found my story. So I posted the link to it. So I have a lot of that. So I did do nonfiction. I wrote for one blog. It was a bipolar blog, and I thought I wrote about 12 articles, but I couldn't find 12 of them on the site. So I don't know if they cut them off or what, but there were 12, I thought, because I had to write one every month. And I had to apply for that and show them my work and everything. So, it wasn't just they take anybody. You had to apply for the position to write for them. So I did a lot of that for a while. But fiction, I've done fiction. I do poetry. Everybody's saying hello. And we probably should get set up for another sprint. How many minutes would we like to sprint for? Any suggestions? What did we just do? 20? I think we just did a 20. Any suggestions from the... Did you find something?
Yeah.
I don't hear it anymore. I think that's what it was. There was an echo in there. It usually happens to me on Charlie's. And I had to start wearing a headset for Charlie's because it doesn't do it all the time. It's weird. Thank you, Lamini. Yeah. Nonfiction. It was based on my life, and I got a 25. It was based on my life, and then I just checked facts to make sure that what I was experiencing was the norm for But yeah, I did that for about a year, and then they changed hands a couple times, and they screwed everything up. So I told them I'm not writing anymore. And I was really kind of stable at that point, so I wasn't having a lot of issues. So finding a topic was hard to write. Well, so far I got to 25, so I guess we're going to 25. So let me put the timer at 25.
As you know, 25, 30 minutes is fine with me.
Yeah, I know. That's why I figured. Let's say 25. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I forgot I didn't put the headset back on. I'm like, oh, I think a timer goes off. Is going off. So I was working on my prompt
Tessa,
story.
I can't hear you.
Who
Don't hear
you
you.
talking to? You can't hear me? I'm not muted. Can anybody hear me?
I can't hear you, Tessa.
Now what's going on? Definitely not muted.
Hold on.
Oh, Nominee says she hears us both. Gotta be your headset or earphones or earbuds or whatever. Now I can't hear you. Now you're off. Oh, you're muted.
Of course I'm muted. I always mute.
There, okay. You were muted. Oh man, weird. Okay. Everybody hear everybody now? I guess. I hope. I can't hear Enuel either. Ah, can hear that.
It's gotta be me.
Yeah, can hear you now.
Oh.
Yeah, say something. Now we can't hear you. You're muted again.
Okay.
Now you're not. Okay, now you're not muted. How'd you get muted? Are you hitting the button? No, you're muted.
Is it still me?
All right, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. I'm hearing you now. Try not to do anything. These things they're tricky sometimes. I think you're all right now. We'll find out in a second. I worked on my prompt story, which is actually going to be probably book 3. And now I'm hearing other noises. You want to talk about feedback, right? That's a lot of feedback. Let's try this again. Can you say something? Hello? Okay. All right. I hear you now. I don't hear all that racket. I don't know what was going on there.
I can't hear Tessa.
Okay. All right. So that's the one I'm working on, is the prompt story, which is supposedly part 3. I'm not sure exactly where this one's going yet because I follow the prompt. So the prompt leads the story, and I have to write around it using the words. They have to fit in there somehow. So I'm not sure where this one's going. I'm working on it. So what did you do, Enuel? Oops. He's gone. All right. So let's see. Back over here. Guys, I'm going to get serious with writing a little later. Was serving the family dinner, then got an email, and I got my DNA test back from Ancestry. Well, that's interesting. Hope it's what you hope to find out. I'm over the moon because you know I'm adopted, right? There he is. He's really low. Well, he's back. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, I know you were adopted. So does it tell you something good? I know a lot of people get surprised when they get those DNA testing back. Are you able to say anything?
Can you hear me?
Okay. I heard you then.
I think it was my headphones.
Okay. That's possible.
My Bluetooth headphones, of course.
Yeah, of course. Of course. No, you definitely sound much better.
Okay.
And there's not a lot of racket. There was a lot of noise around you.
There is?
There was.
Oh, there was. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. What did you get done during the sprint? Anything?
Well, yes, I ate dinner and 201 words.
That's good. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay. So La Monique is happy because she got her DNA testing back from Ancestry. She was adopted as a child, so she said her son did his a while ago, so I had some clue of what it would be. Well, yeah, I guess that does make sense.
Yeah.
Yes, she says that sounds much better, Enuel. Okay. Well, good. I hope that it's what you want it to be. I haven't had one of those done. I only know what my family's told me over the years.
Yeah, I haven't had one of those done either.
They're becoming pretty popular. A lot of people are doing them now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the chat get anything done? Oh, okay. Mary has to go. Has a study group with some friends. All right. Bye, Mary. Nice seeing you.
Bye-bye. Go.
I don't know if anybody else got anything, or if anybody else is here besides La Monique. Mary just left.
No, I just left that.
Yeah. I'm trying to take notes as I write this story so that I can keep things straight in my mind. They're not in the story Bible yet, so I'm like keeping notes. But I got to start adding a lot of information to add to that thing. And as I add more and more books, there's more and more characters.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. So La Monique says, interesting, 32% England, 18% German, wow, 5% Scotland, 4% Ireland, 25% Nigeria, and 16% other African countries. Well, you knew you were mixed, so that's no surprise there.
That confirms it.
Yeah. So the approximate area, and then the African side of it. So she has a book. She wrote a book. Well, she's writing 3. Are they all written or just the one? La Monique. I got her first one. I read it and I did a little review in Amazon for her. And she writes about, it's based on her story.
Oh, good.
So she does have a book out, at least one. I'm not sure about the other two. Okay, one is written and book two comes out in April.
In April.
I didn't think the second one was out yet. I thought that was the one you were working on getting ready for. So that's almost here.
April's
Book
right
three
around the
comes
corner.
out. Yeah, really. And then book three comes out this summer. I don't know.
Hi, the Motivational. I'm your assistant, here to help you throughout your day. Here are some things you can try saying to get started.
What is that?
My tablet, sorry. So is that a series? Like
She
is all three
start.
books connected?
They're not all out. Just one is out. I'm gonna put
I know.
the. I'm gonna put the link to the first one. So if I find my thing here, I'm gonna
So
put
she
the
has book
link.
one out, and then book 2 and 3 are coming?
Yeah. So
Okay.
book one is the link I just put in the comments. That's
Mhm.
book one. Book two is coming out in April. Book three is coming out in the summer.
Gotcha.
They're on pre-order though. Okay, so I guess you could go on and pre-order them if you wanted to. So I have book one because I read that one and she sent me a copy. I did
Okay.
a
Yeah.
review for her book. I'm going to be around for a while. I'm not exactly sure how long Enuel's staying, but I will be back in. So you'll be ready to get serious then. Okay. Now go enjoy your news. That's good. Oh, you're welcome, Monique. We'll see you hopefully in a little while.
Yeah, I'll be on for another hour at least.
Okay. So
So yeah.
he'll be at least another hour if you get back before then. If not, I'll be here. So I think now it's probably just you and me.
Probably.
Mm.
Because Marie left, yeah. So
Yeah, she left, and I think she was the last one. A couple of people said hi, but they didn't stay.
I saw that.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later, Monique.
Yeah, she's a biracial um, adopted child, and she's chronicling her life story.
That's cool.
So, and I didn't really think about how hard it is for a biracial child. I mean, it never dawned on me. Why would it? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And it kind of really opened my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, man, we do treat them terribly because they're not accepted by either race. And it
Right.
really isn't right. The child didn't ask to be born that way.
Exactly.
And we're treating, so it really opened my eyes. And I hope it opens a lot more people's eyes to what, is going on in this world. And it's becoming more common now.
Yes.
Because the races are mixing up. And, there's a lot of mixed race families out there.
Yes.
So,
That is so true.
Well, I guess unless you want to sit here and talk, we might as well do another sprint.
Sure, we can do another sprint.
All right.
Yeah, no,
Maybe somebody will join us while we're sprinting.
right. Yeah.
All right. So let me set up a 25-minute timer again.
Okay.
All right. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, hello, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
Missed a notification. That happens a lot. We were originally scheduled for 5, and then I canceled, and then I did a pop-up. So that may have had something to do with it, too. I don't know. So, as you can see, I have a co-host tonight. So I'm working on, sure, it's the same story, and the other prompt I'm doing for the day, I'm actually combining them into one instead of making two. I'm making one story with the two prompts, which makes it a little setup a little harder, and it will kind of surprise the person when they go to open it up and they don't see the normal setup because it's a combination of, a lot of people will take like 5 different prompts and put them all together and make one thing out of it. And every now and then I used to do that, but I didn't start doing it again until just recently. So it's taken me a lot longer to set up too, because it's a lot more work to put all that information in there, why there's, it's different than what it normally is. And so that's what I was doing. So what were you up to?
I have I did 325 words, and I started reading your memoir a little bit.
Oh,
So I got
cool.
distracted.
You're reading my memoir, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it, planning on having it edited to make sure that there's nothing really, because I did it myself, so make sure there's nothing really wrong with it. But this one, so these will also be done the same way. I can't afford to mess with my benefits, so I can't publish them. So they get published on my blog instead, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
So they don't get as much exposure. Every now and then I'll mention the people that, new people that may not know that it's there, that I have a book on my blog. And, this one is going to be a lot harder though, because it's going to be a lot more pieces, because there's 60 chapters. So that means 60 separate pages posted one at a time, and then each one of those links will go on the main page. That'll be like a story, because you'll have the chapters listed down and you just click on each chapter, but you have to post it to your blog first. So they'll get a chance to read it then, and then it'll eventually become a one-piece document with all the chapters on it, so that I can just say, okay, well, here's my book, and you can click on the links. I made covers in Canva, and the free Canva has a few covers, but to get more choices of, things for like mystery, so they're not all the same cover, I kind of had, that was the one thing I'll have to get rid of, is the free. I won't have the free version. I mean, I'll have the free version. I won't be able to pay for the pro version, which has more templates available. I don't know if I went and I opened each one up now and saved it, if I would then be able to go back and use it, or if it would still put the watermark on there that it puts on, because it puts watermarks on if you don't get if you try to use one of their pro version pieces without paying for it, it puts a watermark on it. If you pay for it, they take it off.
I'm not sure. I have a free version of the Pro, and when I got it, it said if you download it, it's yours. But then if you go back to the free and try to use the Pro, you get the watermark. So it may not have it. It may not have the watermark if you download it. I got it. If
That's
I heard correctly and I read it correctly.
That's what I'm not sure. Is if I'm wondering if I should go in now and find all the ones that are for mysteries and download them all as projects. And then they would be in my project list, and hopefully I'd be able to use them without the watermark is what I'm hoping. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works.
I believe that's what I read. If you download it as a project, it's yours. Hey, Courtney, how are you?
Yeah, I guess that's probably what maybe I should probably do is to start going through all the ones that I think I might be able to use and just put them as projects. And because you can go in and modify your projects. You don't have to create new ones. You can modify your old ones.
Yeah.
Just keep creating. So that's how like my thumbnails are like all the same because I use the same thing. I just changed the wording in the boxes. Hi, Bethany. Boy, I haven't seen you for a while. Long time no see, girl. What's going on with the book? I heard I was supposed to be getting a copy to ARC for testimonial, but I haven't gotten anything yet. Life has been nuts.
Yeah.
I can believe that. I know my life is nuts.
Yes.
It's about to get nuttier. It's already crazy. It's going to get worse. It's on the way. Okay.
It's on the way.
I'm getting a advanced reader copy, right? That's what it's called. ARC. Okay, media mail. Yeah, because I got a media mail the other day, and I thought, oh, it's here, and I opened it up. I'm like, that's not it. So I thought it was here. It wasn't that. I can't wait to read it. I'd love to read those kind of things. I'm not into writing them a lot. I have to be in a certain mood, but I do love to read them. And the scarier, the better. So what have you been up to? I went from writing a one-piece novel to creating a series, a big series. When I bite things off, I take big bites. I don't nibble at it. Slammed with work, and I'm trying to finish edits on my own collection. Well, there you go, editing. Yeah, now I gotta see. I have a deadline now because I'm gonna have edits done on it. So I have a deadline. It has to be done so I can send it out for editing. A series, yeah. I went from one book to like this humongous series. Like I keep adding more and more to it. I mean, I'm not getting anything written much. Each one has a little bit. And I'm taking my old nano projects that I didn't do anything with, and because they were too short for anything. And I thought, wait a minute, these will work. I could probably convert these into. It's kind of a cozy mystery series kind of thing, with all about a same small town, same cop, the whole thing. Mine are not long. It's just dang, I'm intimidated by long books. I have a few outlined, but dang. Well, I don't have long ones. They're all short. The one I'm doing, the first one is like 53,000 words. So not quite 53,000 words right now. And it might be a little shorter when I'm done with it. But I'm doing like the beta reader corrections, and it made me think about a few things. And then I read a couple things. I thought, you know what, maybe I need to change things up. So I'm editing and kind of rewriting at the same time. Wasn't planning on doing that. So it's going to be a little bit different when I go to send it to the editor who's already read it as a beta reader.
That's good.
Interesting. It'll be a little bit different when she gets it. Now, don't read Stephen King's Dome then, because that was one hell of a huge book. We didn't talk about huge books. I forget how long he said that was. It was huge.
What was the name of the title?
It was called Dome.
Stone.
Dome. D-O-M-E. Dome.
Yeah,
like
Dome. Gotcha.
Dome. So this dome comes down over a town. And parts of it are super gory because the dome comes down on people. Not just on, the road and woods and stuff like that. It comes down on people too. So it's pretty gory.
I just looked it up. 1,074 pages.
Okay,
Wow.
I thought it was about 1,000 pages. Okay, 1,074. It's a huge book. I never saw a book that big. Like I couldn't put that one in my purse and carry it around. I usually carry a book in my handbag. There's always usually one in there. There was no way that one was going in there for sure.
But only Stephen King can get away with that. Writing such a big book and selling that.
Yeah, I hear there's a part 2 now.
Oh boy.
She says, I love reading them, but I am good with writing short stories and flash fiction. Well, I wrote a ton of short stories and flash. I've done probably over 1,000 now in the 10 years I've been writing. And Bethany says, but now I have a few novellas under my belt, and when those are done, I have full length coming. So, well, you're working your way up. You're just working your way up. That's all. I was just talking about that book, Courtney says. Whoa, that's a huge one. Yes. Huge one, yeah. And then they made a TV series out of it. They made that TV series. And now I just read where there's a part 2. And I don't know if it's the TV series or Stephen King wrote part 2. I don't know exactly what they meant by part 2. But that was, wow. And there were so many storylines. You want to talk about point of views and changing. There was just so many different storylines going on. Back and forth. It was something else. It was a good book. I enjoyed it. Wow.
Yeah, I see Under the Dome part 2.
So is it a book or the series?
A book.
It is a book. Oh, so he did write it. Ah. Yes. I may have to look that up. Because that was, I have an idea where he was going with that. I think I read something, and it was pretty interesting. In fact, I was thinking about writing something similar after reading something about it, but I never did. I started to play around with it, but I didn't end up doing it.
Yeah, the second book only has 624 pages.
Oh my God, another almost as long.
Almost.
Oh, wow. Phew.
Yeah.
Probably have to wait till the library. So I can get it in the library. I don't think I probably could buy it. Probably cost a mint.
Yeah.
So there's a part 2, Courtney. 600 and some pages worth. Stephen King's one of my favorite writers. One of the first ones I read when I first started reading, a lot after I got out of school. He was like one of the first people I started reading. And I just fell in love with him. But I don't like his Dark Tower series. I hate that book.
Oh, no. Yeah. Me and you are so similar. my first book ever that I picked up was a Stephen King, and I'm not a horror fan, but I've read
Yeah.
almost all his books, almost all. You know, his last 3 or 4 years I haven't read, but yeah.
I haven't read his newest one, so I don't know
Right.
what's come out recently. So there are a lot I've missed, but I didn't miss any of the beginning ones. And I belong
Me
to the
neither.
book club, so they had a book club. So every month I got a new one, and
Mhm.
they were big hardbacks. And my kids said I must have 15 boxes of books, you know. And they said, we're not carting these around. Get rid of them, because every time I kept moving, they're like, we have to move all these books. And I said, we're not doing this anymore. So I had to get rid of all my books. So I only have a few books now. So it was, the library was better. I could just read it and give it back.
Give it
and
back.
it
Right.
didn't,
Yeah.
and it didn't cost me as much money because I didn't have to buy it. So
Right.
I also like Dean Koontz. He's another good writer.
Yes.
Like
I love Dean Koontz.
yeah, he's great. I like Michael Crichton, but he's dead now, unfortunately. He did a lot of different type of odd writing, you know, not necessarily horror. Depends on how you look at it. Some of it could be horror, but he did the Jurassic Park series. That was his.
Jurassic Park. Yeah.
That was his.
Yeah. I remember that.
So Bethany says, I use my library a ton. I haven't been to the library since they shut down for the pandemic. I gather it might be open. I don't know. Haven't been back since. Dean has some good novellas. Yeah, novellas too. I just read, it was called Unnamed, I think. They were short ones. They were very quick reads. And about a guy who doesn't have his memory and somebody is controlling his memory, but for the good. I mean, what he's doing is for the good, but he says he doesn't know whether he did something so horrible in his life that he had to have his memory erased or what, but bits and pieces keep crawling back in now. And then they stopped writing them. And I'm like, well, what really happened to this guy, you know? Oh, gosh. So Bethany wants to know how we know each other. Well,
YouTube.
YouTube. He came on my blog. He came on my live stream one day, and we got used to each other. And then we started talking about doing the Worldwide Write-a-thon together. So we're doing that together. So I said, well, give him a little practice. I'll have him come on and be a co-host. Give him, because he's still fairly new. So this gives him a little bit of a chance to get a feel for how it is. I said, there's going to be a lot more people, though, than what you're used to.
Yes.
Yep.
That's how we met.
Yep. That's how we met.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, so I don't know what in the world. See, having bipolar, I go from grandiose ideas like writing, 7 books in a series to being depressed and not even able to handle first one. So if this ever comes around, it'll be a miracle. Bethany wants to know what you write, Enuel.
I write mystery and crime fiction. Crime fiction mainly.
So we're almost in the same kind of genre.
Yes. Yes. Anything with a sleuth, detective, or some type of crime. That's my style.
Exactly. Mm. Yeah, I haven't seen you online much lately, Bethany. Have you been online? I mean, I don't get to see. I used to get to see all the notifications, but I don't necessarily get to see them now. Bethany says, "Ooh, fun! I have a mystery novella releasing this November." So that's cool.
Cool. That sounds cool too.
Yeah, great. Yeah, sometimes I like to read the short stuff because it's, doesn't take forever.
Right.
Sometimes it seems like there's just too much and you just keep reading and reading. It's like, when is this thing going to end? They like the short ones, get it all in and over with in a shorter version.
I think my biggest problem is finding a writer that I like. And then when I get into their mystery or detective and they have like 15 or 25 books in the same series, I just got to keep reading them. So, it's like it never ends.
Well, that's like Janet Ivanovich. You saw how many books she's got. And she's the kind of person you can't put down. It's like,
Right.
Sue Grafton, she did the Alphabet series. Yes. Unfortunately, she died before the very last one came out. So I'm like reading along, and then I hear and I said, oh no, not another one. Because, if they write standalones and they pass away, it's not as big a deal. But if they're writing a series, and then especially one like, the Alphabets, so she gets, up to the last letter and then passes away before the last letter is done. It's like, oh my God.
So did she die before Z or was it before Z?
I think it was before Z, but I think she finished she finished Y, then she passed away. Somebody was writing with her on Z and is supposed to finish the book out for her. So should eventually have a Z, from what I understand.
Mm.
Let's see. Here and there. YouTube has been hard for me to keep up with right now with all the work I have. Well, I know I haven't seen too much of your. I saw the thing about the Arc Reader. I remember seeing that. But Bethany says, I also have a short story collection of my own, not the anthology, coming this June too. I noticed a lot of people are doing that. They're writing for others' anthologies, and they're also putting together their own.
Their own, yes.
So that's a pretty good idea. Somebody says I should take all my poetry and put it in a book. I'm like, I don't know. Bethany says, so it's been busy. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah,
I don't know. My poetry's weird. And I don't think I have a lot of it. So I don't think I have enough to really put a book together. And besides, the same thing goes with that. Publishing anything, I can't publish it and sell it. So might as well just put it on my blog like I've been doing.
Right.
People can read it on there, Get it. I've got well this new one that's at the bottom. I forget what number. It's still building. I just created it, but I had like almost 1,500 on each of my other two blogs. I have a lot of followers, but a lot of them, of course, drop off. People drop off all the time, and the numbers are still there. But so at some point, that's how many I had. Life is just nuts, and so you adopted a dog. That makes sense.
That makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. You don't have enough problems, so let's adopt a dog. Bethany says, poetry speaks to people. It doesn't have to be a long book. Mine wouldn't be a long book. And a lot of stuff, I write it and I think it's great. And then I look at it again later on down the line. I'm like, and and I deleted off my blog. I'm like, don't like it. Other people liked it, but I don't like it. I don't want it on it. So I've deleted a lot of my work off. Especially a lot, because I write a lot of prompts, and some of those things come out a little strange, and it's like, but they're okay. They fit the prompt. They're okay. But when you go back and you read it over and you say, it doesn't work anymore. Like if you don't see it in the context of the prompt, it doesn't make sense. And all the links aren't working anymore because all those blogs stopped operating. So now all my links are broken, and so it's like cleaning it up and only keeping the stuff that's worth keeping, that somebody might want to read, that doesn't have to know that it was a prompt for this many words and it was this particular words. And I don't know. So every now and then I go in and work on it for a little while and clean some of that stuff out of there. And some I repost. I repost it.
Oh, gotcha.
So, because the new people wouldn't have read it, obviously, because it was a long time ago. So I repost a lot of stuff. So, depends on what mood I'm in.
So can I find Bethany on Amazon? Or is she...
Are you on Amazon, Bethany? Do you have a book on Amazon? I can't remember. I know the anthology is coming out very shortly.
Yeah, in June.
There's 10 writers in that anthology. Just the anthology that's up for pre-order. They have that's what I'm reading, when I get it, I will be reading it. Her books are coming out in a few months. You might find my name on some books that I have edited. Try searching her name, see what comes up.
Yeah, so I see a Season of Darkness, a short story anthology.
That should be the one that's coming out.
Okay.
So there are 10 writers.
Oh, 10 writers.
10 writers, 17 stories, if I got my numbers right. I edited Ken Sean's book, Evil Grows in the Dark. That's an interesting name.
Evil Grows in the Dark.
She said, yeah, that's the anthology.
Okay.
Ken Sean's book, Evil Grows in the Dark. Evil grows anywhere, not necessarily in the dark, but...
Right.
Evil's everywhere. She says I'm better. I'm remembering better than her. I didn't remember the name of it, though. That part I didn't remember. I couldn't remember the name. I remember there were 10 writers, because they called themselves the Twisted 10. And so that kind of helped remember the number. And then 17 stories. I thought I remembered there were 17 stories between the 10 writers. Oh, that's a good follow-up title. Well, he's welcome. Tell him he's welcome.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'll start writing horror again or not. I've written a few on my blog, based on a bit real life though, because I've had real life experiences, and I'm sensitive to that kind of stuff, unfortunately. So sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't like to get involved with it, but I have written some of them I've written as fiction pieces, and others I've written as they really happen. But I lived with horror, so
Yeah.
you live in a haunted house with a very evil spirit. Wasn't a nice person. I mean, there are nice spirits out there, but this one was not nice. Yeah, I just need to get the books out. They are in their final stages, and I'm just waiting on the final read-throughs. Enuel, do you have books out?
Not yet. I'm hoping to soon.
My memoir is on my blog. That's the only thing I have. That and the non-fiction articles I wrote for Bipolar are out, and there were several blogs I wrote non-fiction Bipolar stories, articles. I guess you'd call them articles for. Soon is a great timeline. Hey, it works.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you're disabled, soon is the best answer, unfortunately.
Yeah. I can understand. I can certainly understand that, being disabled myself.
Yeah.
Courtney says, I can't wait to get my book out. I'm hoping to have it done by the end of summer. End of summer. What are we in now? Winter. Duh.
Winter.
End of summer. So you got about 6 months or so, right? That's a
good question about that thing.
It was funny, Courtney. I was trying to find the other day when I was trying to find your website. And because you spelled it created with a K, I assumed Courtney was with a K. So I'm trying to find Courtney created with a K. And things were coming up, and I'm like, I don't think any of this is her. And so I had to go back out and look for something where your name was actually written down. I said, no, it's a C. So I went back and put the C in. So I was looking for Courtney with a K because of the created with a K. It just seemed to make sense you would be Courtney with a K. Because my daughter was Kat with a K, and she called her, well, she never started it because there were other people using it, Cat Creations, and she used the K for creations. So I was figuring Courtney Created was the same deal, and I can't find her. So I know she's got a website. Why can't I find her? Because I was spelling Courtney wrong. That's why you couldn't find her. Courtney says a new adult dystopian fantasy, and then just started a new project, which is a dark fantasy. I'm not a big fantasy reader. Really not. I offered to read a friend's fantasy, and I'm like, I don't know if I can help you or not because I'm not a fan of fantasy. I said, but I guess if you can get me interested in the book, then that'd be a good thing. Then you know you got something. Because if you can take a non-reader and make them a reader of your book, that would be a good thing. That's all I can offer at this point. I can't guarantee you I'm going to like it because I don't care for fantasy story. Excuse me.
I was just about to say the same thing, Tessa.
Really?
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I love, I love the artistry of writing a fantasy, but I can't read it for some reason. I mean,
No. No, they don't do anything for me.
nah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, Courtney agrees. Fantasy definitely
Yeah.
isn't for everyone. I did beta read a fantasy, a short one, a very short. I think it was like 30,000 word fantasy. And by the end, I was enjoying the story. So I would say offhand that she did, a good enough job that she got me as a non-fantasy writer to, enjoy the book and look forward to the end of it. So, and not just because it would be over, but to actually know what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I jumped over that. Yeah, Courtney says, ha ha ha. Yes, I can understand how it's a little confusing. My middle and last initials are KR, which is why I spelled it created.
Mm.
It threw me because I was, used to my daughter doing it because it was, her first name was the K, so she made her creations with a K. And I just assumed yours was the same way when I saw the created with the K, and it just didn't work. I'm like, why is this not coming up? So I finally found it, but I wasn't sure at first what was going on. It's just a little odd because, I'm used to seeing things done with like the two Ks like that, but usually it's both Ks, not the second word being the K. That was the odd part there. Threw me for a bit. There's some pretty odd names on there. People make up some of the funniest things. I've seen some pretty weird things.
Weird, yeah.
Just plain simple me. Nothing fancy. Well, my daughter and I we were doing websites together, and she was Cat's Creations, and then my name was started with the T, so we were like, well, why don't we call it KT Creations? So, it mentioned both our initials, KT or K and T or something like that. Creations with a K. So we did that for a little while, but that ended. We ended up stopped doing that. We were building websites for a while.
Mm.
And now I went on that Wix, and that thing, man, super confusing. Yeah. Really super confusing. And I mean, I did websites back when you hand coded the whole thing. You didn't have websites where you drag and drop. That just wasn't available. But I tried creating a site the other day. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I don't understand how people can use this programming. But now I'm glad I didn't go through, and I was getting ready to buy a package. And I'm glad I didn't, because now with this movement, coming up, I don't want to be tied into another monthly payment. So I thankfully didn't start it. I was going to try to do it because I was helping somebody set one up, and I didn't know how. So I figured, well, I could use it. I could create a site with it. I mean, I use my blog as my author site, but because WordPress has a lot of stuff that you can use, and you can make an author's, blog, author website out of that. But I said, well, I could make up one for Wix too, and then I'd have that. Wix is nah. I don't like it at
Very,
all.
very complicated.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
For something that was supposed to be easier, it's complicated.
Right, right, right.
Bethany says, ugh, web design is the bane of my existence.
Oh, yes.
I used to love it. And like I said, we hand coded everything. That was a lot of typing, a lot of code that you had to know to design, to look a certain way, make little boxes and tables. And it wasn't easy. And one little mistake would throw the whole thing off. And you'd have to go back and keep reading it over and over till you found whatever it is you're missing or put in the wrong place. Now you drag and drop things, you don't have to do that, but it's
Right.
still pretty complicated for something that's supposed to be so easy.
Yeah, I have a WordPress site myself. I do very little blogging. I need to get back into it, but everybody said try Wix. It's so much easier. It's not. It really isn't.
It's not, and you know what? I don't like their blog that they have
Right.
there, the setup of the blog. I hate it. And what I want to do with mine, like I did, if you read in my memoir, you see the way it's set up. You can't do that with Wix.
No, I
It's
know.
not made. It's not made for that.
No, no, not at all.
So I just stay with my. Right now, I'm paid up until another year and a little over a year. So then it'll just have to go back to the free website. But for now, I got a business site that's paid for. I got 2 years worth, and I don't think I'm at the end of the first year. I don't remember what month exactly it is. So I got a little over a year left on it.
Yeah, I'm doing. Like I said, I do everything. I try everything with free, and yeah, that's what I'm. I have the free version right now, but I
Of
want to move
Wix?
into the pay. Yeah, I know of WordPress.
Oh,
That
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I have my first two are free with a domain. So all I pay is $26 for the domain.
gotcha.
But they have ads on them. Now, this one at the bottom that you see going along the bottom is my
Mhm.
new one. It has no ads. I paid for the business version, so there's no ads. And there's a lot you can do. And as far as I know, you can do a newsletter and everything from that version. You can go fancier with your own domain and a hosting company like Wix, which I don't think, when I think of hosting company, Wix is not going to be one of them. After
Right.
what I just saw the other day, I said, I can't believe this is ridiculous. Because I've used GoDaddy, I've used HostGator, and that was when I was still, of course, hand coding,
Mm.
Then a few years ago, I tried doing it using one of those editors where you type in what you wanted to look at, and that's what it shows. That was easier than what this Wix is. This Wix, I don't know how people, and everything is so the same because you pick a template and it's like, well, everybody's using the same template. You can use the
Right.
same thing in WordPress. You can use the same thing and make it so completely different with all the different widgets and colors and headers. You can, so many different things. No two sites are going to be the same. But when you start using templates and Wix, it's like they're the same.
Right. Yeah.
Free is my favorite price. Bethany says, okay, I've got to run. Time to make dinner. Wish me luck. If you're still on when I'm done, I'll pop back one. We might be. See.
I know.
Check and see.
I know Tessa might be. I'm.
Yeah, he's getting ready to leave, but I'll probably just still be around. So, yeah. So I'll just stick with WordPress, and you can use the free version.
Yes.
I've seen plenty of authors use the free version too. So
Yes.
people don't seem to mind so much the fact of using a free version. It's just the ads are a little pain in the ass sometimes, but
I think
it's
the
not
biggest
that
thing
bad.
I think the biggest thing I hate about the free version is, like mine's is Enuel writes books dot wordpress dot com. I want to just get rid of that WordPress part of it, but yeah.
That's when you put out the $26 and get your
Right,
domain name.
right, right.
So all of mine are all .coms, even though the first two are free sites. They have ads on them, but they all are WordPress.com. I mean, they aren't WordPress.com. They're all, my domain.com. Yeah, they're just .coms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eventually, maybe. Well, see, the thing is, I wanted to take off the original one. You can't, because that's the one I originally set it up under. So I cannot take that off of there, because I was going to move everything over to my new site, and I couldn't do it. I can't do it, and it has to stay. It has to remain. That is what it's set up under my name and email address. So unless I want to change everything, I can't create something different. So I'm stuck. I'm stuck with the three. I could get rid of the middle one, but I can't get rid of the first one, the original one. That is the sign in. I have to sign in with that name and everything. I can't get around it. I try to delete it. They say, you can't. This is your number one. Can't do anything about it. I'm like, oh, man. I want it, to get rid of it and just have one.
Right.
Not have three. Now I got three.
Yeah, especially when you have your username or email and password. It's kind of hard to take that one out. You probably have to. The only other way to do it is add the other two that you added after that to that first one, which you probably don't want because you want to get rid of the first one.
Well, that's it. You can't get rid of the first one because that's the whole thing is set up on. So I would have to create a new I would have to create a new email and go in as a new person and create. I think I don't think it can stop you if you go in with a new email. But if you use the same email, it says, hey, this is what that email is, and this is what you have to use. Right. And you can't change it. You can change any you add afterwards. Because I had a couple I deleted. I had on there and I deleted off because I decided this is getting ridiculous. So I did get rid of a couple because I had a bunch of them there for a while. And then I went ahead and got rid of those. And those I could because they came afterward, but you can't with the first one. So it's there forever.
Forever, yeah.
So it's like, all right. It doesn't, I don't do much with it. Every now and then I'll put an update in there saying, check out my story on my new blog or whatever like that. For the most part, I'm not doing much with it. I don't know if Jen's coming tonight or not. Can't remember. She may be going away for the weekend.
I think she was here yesterday, wasn't she?
She was here yesterday, I believe. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
She didn't stay long though. She left early yesterday.
Yeah. I saw that.
It was Greg and I, and finally after a while we talked for a while. I said, I'm getting tired, Greg. I said, we're not doing anything. You're not writing. We're just talking. I said, I think I'm going to go. Mm-hmm. So I ended, and I fell asleep, and I was taking my medicine, my nebulizer medicines for breathing, and I fell asleep in the chair and slept for several hours. So of course that was hard, getting up and going to bed. and I didn't sleep very long. Had to get up. Couldn't sleep. I was laying there. It's like, God, I had a nap. That was the worst thing I could have done.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when I sit down in that chair to take my medicine. I fall asleep.
And that nebulizer medicine could do that to you. I take even my pump sometimes, or my nebulizer machine, whatever it's called, that knocks me out. That's why I have it near the bed, because it always knocks me out. It always knocks me out.
I think it's just I'm so tired, and
Oh, yeah.
I take so many sedative medicines, all the pain meds and everything, anxiety meds and bipolar meds. You start adding all those meds together. They said, because I said to the doctor, I says, look, I'm on a BiPAP. You're telling me I'm going to sleep really great and wake up refreshed. I said, I'm still falling asleep every time I sit in the chair. They said, well, look at all the sedating medicines you take. You're never going to get away from it as long as you're taking those medicines. Well, I can't stop the medicine, so I guess I'm going to fall asleep every time I sit in a chair, which I fall asleep the other day in the middle of the stream. It's like, oh, geez. I wake up, and I'm like, boy, that timer's taking an awful long time to go off. And I open my eyes, and I'm like, wait a minute, timer's not on. And I look at the chat, and somebody said something about, I think she's sleeping. I'm like, oh, great.
Oh.
So I fell asleep. And it's not the first time I've done it either. So I sit down, I'm tired, I go to sleep. But every time I try to take my medicines with the nebulizer, and I don't know if that's part of the side effects of those or not. I take 4 nebulizer medicines. And I take them 2 times a day, and I sit down in the chair and I fall asleep trying to take them. It's like, well, that one wasn't in my mouth. It just ran because it fell out of my mouth. You know, you hold the pipe, and it's not the kind that goes over your face. It's the pipe. So, of course, it comes away from my mouth. So the thing's putting it out into the air, but it's not putting it in my lungs where it belongs.
Yeah, I only take one when it's like I'm really bad winter, or whatever the situation is. And I only take one, and that knocks me out. I can't imagine 4.
4. It takes at least a half an hour or more to take all those medicines. Wow. For it all to run through all of them.
That's a long time to take medicine.
And just sit there and, suck on their medicine.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what I'm doing, sucking on that thing. Oh, jeez.
Well, I'm about to hop off. I don't know if you're staying on, or I don't know who else is here besides, in the chat, I should say.
Courtney's here.
Oh, Courtney's here. Okay.
I'm not alone yet.
Not alone yet.
Yeah, so that's great. I hope that gave you a little bit more confidence.
Yes.
Toward the day we actually get up in front of all those people and have our sprint.
It was great. It was fantastic. Thank you so much for allowing me to invade your space. And
you're very welcome. Did you want an outro? I mean, only Courtney's here, but you can go ahead if you want to.
The practice?
Yeah, because they're going to most likely ask you at the thing, so you might as well have a little practice on your outro.
Sure. Okay, my name is Enuel. I'm a disabled mystery and crime fiction writer. I write fiction that keeps you in suspense. I have a small YouTube channel named Enuel Writes Books, where I do a monthly minimalized bullet journal setup. And I live stream twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 Eastern. And I dabble in making my own writing sprint timers. And again, thank you so much, Tessa, for allowing me on your stream.
Well, you're very welcome, and I'm glad you came. I'm glad this worked out, that you were able to come. didn't get screwed up. So you're
Right.
welcome anytime. And listen, if
Thank
you're ever here and you feel like you want to jump in, you can jump in just like you did today. It's possible. Just tell me you'd like to join me on the screen, and I'll send you a link, and you can hop on just like you did.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
Connie. Good night.
Oh boy, haven't had a co-host in a while. I've been trying to get Bethany to do it. She keeps coming up with an excuse as to why she can't. She promised me a long time ago she'd be my co-host, and she hasn't done it yet. So next weekend's going to be the big weekend with all those sprints going on. So you should be able to get a lot of work done. If you have the time and aren't busy, of course, obviously. Hmm. She sounds like a busy woman. Yeah, well, that's what she says. If you go by what she said today, it really sounds like it for sure. They do a lot of moving too. His job is moves around, so they do a lot of moving on top of things. As if she don't have enough to do. She moves from place to place, different parts of the country and whatnot. Well, do you want to sprint again or what? It's been a while since we sprinted. If you're still hanging around, that is. Okay, great. 25 or 30? 25. Gotcha. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Jen. And you'll have to leave. It's just me now. I'll be on for a little while. We had fun. It's a little bit more used to streaming, doing a co-host now, so he should be fine next week. You have to come join me. Courtney can stay for another sprint, and she's going to be leaving me. You have to join me. I'll be here all by myself. A couple of people said they might come back, but sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Let me get back to what I was working on before the sprint runs out on me. Hopefully I'll see you in a little bit. Hey, La Monique is back. And she's ready to get down to business. That's good. Very good. I'm trying to write this series. I'm realizing series are harder than I realized. And it's like, should I make them run concurrently? Should they run one after the other? I mean, I have to make them know each other a certain reason. So should their stories start and all be at the same time, or should they start at a later point, like they know each other in book one? So far, somebody from book 1, 2, and 3 is linked to the same restaurant. So they're working together. But I don't know, should I have, the same hook for everybody to run the stories concurrently? Is that the word I want? Same time? Or do I want them to be, the story to be the first story, then the next one starts after the next one, which makes a difference because I got these people, set at a certain age, and then if they're not in the same concurrent story, then their ages will actually be different when they actually air that part of the story, when I write that part of the story. So it may not work quite as well. There's a lot to think about when you're doing a series. I can see that already. So how are you doing, Courtney? How'd you get anything done? That's important. Edited tomorrow's video. Good job. Mine do a little bit better now that I'm having the Ethernet cable. Of course, I'm going back, back to the story of me having to go to assisted living. There'll be the issue of videos and stuff like that. So there's too much stuff for me to think about. I can't even keep it in my. I don't even know what I did with my list of. I made a list of questions. I'm not even sure where that ended up at. Tell you the truth. Oh, I'm looking at it. So best place to hide it, right in front of my face. So now I'm going to get to writing and work on the projects that I'm not really motivated to work on. Now, I understand that feeling. There are times when I feel that way myself. At the moment, I actually feel like working. But I'm just a little confused with this series thing. How I should really be doing this. It's been so long since I've read one. And pay attention. I think they usually move further on, though. I don't think they usually run at the same time. So that makes things like the one I have planned for book 2 has 19 and 20-year-old, which is like the main character of the story. But she's working at the same restaurant as the woman in the first story and the mother of the boy that she's seeing in the second story. And now I just put the third one from the third book, but she's even younger. But if her story is going to be written afterwards, she's going to be older. But I guess I could mention her in the book now because she's, you know, in that particular scene. It's just that later on when her actual story is told, it'll have to show up to be older. Like she can't be. It's not going to work. She's 17. I had her down as 17. Then I raised her up to 18 to make her closer in age to the other. But her story comes afterwards, so she should really, by the time her story comes along, she should be older. Then I don't know where her story's going to start either. I'm doing a lot of mumbling out loud, thinking out loud. Basically, that's what I'm doing. I have the faintest idea what I'm doing. I'm just totally confused. First, I'd never written a novel, and then I decide to write a series. I never wrote a novel, let alone a series. I'm like really biting off a lot. Let's see. Monique just followed Courtney. Cool. Courtney says, me too. My story is a mess. But I'm not the only one that's a mess for a story. Oh, I got to straighten book 1 out, though, because it's scheduled, barring incident of assisted living. It's set to go into edits May 1st. So I have to quit fooling around and start writing it. Quit playing games with it. It's a lot of work but fun at the same time. Yeah, I'm having fun most days. If I'm having a really bad day, sometimes I get really irritated. But for the most part, writing soothes me. I love writing. And now that I've found something that I'm really interested in, but I'm just unsure of how to do it. That's the hard part. I'm just a little confused as to how to do it. So I'm doing the best I can. I'm writing for me and for whoever might want to read it. I'm not writing it to sell it, so it's not a major issue if it's not perfect. I'm going to put it on my blog. I'm thinking about reading it out loud on the computer probably during a live stream, so I could read and still be looking at the screen. So it looks like I'm looking at the people. I'm not down at something like this, and then not looking up. Courtney says, thank you. Monique says, I'm going to be doing some online classes this summer to study the cozy genre. They actually have classes in that? That's cool. With my situation the way it is, I can't do that, but sounds really cool. I didn't know they had a something that you could study for it. I guess it depends on how you do it too, because you can write individual, where each one stands up by itself. It doesn't matter what order you write it in, or you can write a series like I'm doing, where it matters if you don't read book 3 before you read book 4, and if you don't read book 1 and 2, you're really going to be lost. That's what I'm doing. They're not standalones. I mean, you might be able to read them. Well, no, I guess it waits. I guess it depends on when they're over, whether or not they can be actual standalones or not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Really don't. What is Monday? I have to go get injections on my knees again. I can't forget that. Got my hair done today. Got all that mop cut off. No mop up here anymore. Monique says Jane Combs teaches about cozy mystery writing on her YouTube channel. That's another option. I really like her. Well, I don't know who that is, but I can certainly write down the name and look for it. Because I would like to know more about it. I've learned from Sarah Cannon that books sell better in series with cliffhangers. I think that's, though, kind of a personal thing. There are some people that really don't care if it's a series or not. I don't necessarily look for a book in a series when I'm looking for a book to read. It's not one of the things I'm looking for. I look for a book that I'm interested in. If it happens to be a series, cool. But if it's not, no big deal. Courtney says, oh, I just noticed the hair. I like it. Thank you. Sarah Cannon, she's interesting. I watch her a lot. I don't think she's the be-all, end-all. Just because something works for her doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody. And being a pantser, she drives me crazy with her plotting and her color coding everything and all that. Drives me nuts. So there's parts about her I like and parts about her that annoy the hell out of me. Mama niece says, yes, nice on the haircut. Thank you. Mama niece says, I'm in her publishing class. And it's awesome. Courtney says, I think it depends on the genre. She writes fantasy. Yes, and fantasy readers tend to prefer series. It's all about who you're writing for. And I think that's true. I think that's true, Courtney. And then Mama niece says to me, Pantsers versus plotters. Yeah, exactly. Pantsers versus plotters. I do not care for that part of her stuff. I can't stand it. I'm not a plotter. I think she's crazy. But there's other parts of her that I think, I love watching, and she's knowledgeable and great, wonderful. But when she starts pulling out all that color-coded plotting crap, just drives me nuts. And all that planning, 50,000 books for everything. I mean, God. Talk about crazy. I just can't. There's so many things about, I like her, and there's so many things she's great at, and then there's other things I can't tolerate. Oh, the Kanban. That's a little nuts too, I think. I've seen a lot of people putting up their Kanban boards. But I don't get it. He didn't follow it through. Yeah. No, I don't get the whole Kanban thing. I mean, I guess the idea is supposed to be you're able to look over and say, oh, it's color coded, so that means this is this and this is this. But you're constantly moving things around, and I think there's different ways of doing things. That's, works for some people, that's fine. The colors on your wall were pretty. Yeah, out there buying tons of different colored Post-it notes. I've seen a few original ones, though, that weren't done the same way. I've seen a couple people do different things. Same theory, just different ways of doing it. Courtney says, my brain doesn't work well with excessive planning. It takes away from the creative process for me. I get bored when the story is heavily outlined. I don't like any outline. None. Zip. Zero. Mama Lee says she's in her chair cracking up. My last book, I started with an outline and then did my own thing on the second book and the third act. I know I'm going to have to do some sort of, I'm a rebel. I'm definitely a rebel. I was a nano rebel too, because I did not use a new story and I did not do one project. And, so they actually have in NaNoWriMo, they actually have one of their, what do they call those things? Where you can get the different badges. I guess it's a badge. And one of them is being a rebel, and that's me. I said, yep, I'm a rebel. But I tried. But I'm going to have to probably do a little bit of some kind of outline with this, even if it's just pasting the story I wrote in the prompt in there and trying to fill in spaces around it. It might just turn out to be that. So, yes, I'm a rebel. Proud of it, too. Courtney says that, La Monique, it's always the second act. Monique says, yes, she is. I'm a rebel and I'm proud of it. And not change it for nobody. Courtney says the first act goes smooth and then I get to the second act and it's suddenly an entirely different story. It just doesn't. I spent June agonizing over a stupid outline for the book that I'm writing now. And I agonized and I agonized and I agonized. And I'm like, I'm basically just writing the story. So why am I wasting my time? I'm just writing the story. It'll fill out later on, but I'm basically just writing the story. I'm like, this is not an outline. So I get to the day, the start nano for the July, because that was the June. So it's July 1st. I get down to the bottom of the first page, and I said, the hell with this. Threw it in the trash can. I said, this is not going to work. The story is in my head. It's not on this stupid piece of paper that I have to keep looking at and back and forth. And if I want to change my mind, I can't change my mind because it's all written out on this piece of paper. So I just went back to my pantser ways, and I'm happy. So that's me. Monique says, I feel so much better hearing you say that to Courtney because I'm not alone. Yeah. Outlines are for the birds. Hey, if Stephen King can pants 1,000-page book. The only thing I had to compromise on was I had to make a story Bible because I couldn't keep all the details straight. Just too many details. The story, I knew the story. Had no problem with the story. It was the details. The devil is in the details, as they say. I have to finish up my, hopefully, last blog post for tonight. At least for now. I've got at least 4 hours before she could possibly post another one. So I think once I finish this story up, I can start working back on my book again. Plus, I wanted to make a map. I wanted to lay my town out since I'm making a town. So I know where things are located and where people live. And so I got this big piece of paper taped together, laid on the thing, but I can't. This table's flat, and there's too much junk on it right now. I can't work on a map because there's no place to lay it to work on it. And I can't get down on the floor, so that isn't happening. Like I have 50 million projects I want to do, and I don't have time to do them. Now I got all this other stuff on my mind. I'm really like nervous about this whole assistant living thing and how it's going to change my life when I finally got my life to a way I thought was good. Oh, well, happy birthday. Tomorrow, March 7th. Very nice. Happy birthday. Hope you have a nice one. I'm going to be 65 in October. Hard to believe I got that old. Where did the time go? Time's just flying along. Yeah, that's God. I got to see my dad today, and I haven't seen him since the summertime. And he's 89 years old, so who knows when the last time will be. So that's why I was late getting started today. We were supposed to start at 5, Enuel and I had to put it on hold because I had a chance to go see my dad, and I wanted to take it. And he says I'm going to be 21 for around the 25th time. Well, you're still a heck of a lot younger than I am. Mm. You know, you always hear 65, 65, 65. Well, I might as well have been 65 for the last 10 years because I've been on Social Security and Medicare all that time. Although it's Social Security disability, but it's still Social Security and I have Medicare. That was a blessing. I'm glad you got to see your dad. Yeah. His hair, though, was so long. My dad would never have long hair. Oh, my gosh. He always kept his hair trimmed. And now, you know, he's got really long hair. And he hates where he's at. And normally he's telling my sister he hates her because she put him there. We only got 15 minutes. Though I think they let us stay a little bit longer because nobody else came in. But then they did send us away. I think they did give us a little more than 15, though. It felt like more than 15 minutes. When he's in his regular room, he's so far away, I can't walk that far. Because of the visitation they have it right in the lobby, I can make it to the lobby. It's not that bad. But when he's in the building, you have to go all the way from the driveway parking lot out to the door. It's a pretty long walk. And then once you get there, you got to go all the way down this long hall to the elevators. And then you get on the elevators and you have to go all the way down another long hall, turn the corner, go down another long hall, and finally you come up on the area he's at. Well, I can't walk that far. So the fact that they have things set up the way they do right now, I got a chance to see him. So he's 89. Well, almost. He's going to be 89 in April. My mom's been going almost 8 years. Hard to believe it's been that long. And all he wants to do is go and be with her. It's all we've heard for the last almost 8 years. I want to go to be with my wife. I want to be with my wife. We know you want to be with your wife, Dad. Well, why wouldn't you let me be with my wife? We can't do anything about that, Dad. Let me die, he says. My sister says, Dad, we're not in charge of who lives and who dies. It's like, he goes on and on and on. This is all our fault. And I know it's the stroke talking, but, you know, it gets aggravating. He had COVID. He was fine. He was asymptomatic. They thought they were doing really great. They had only a couple people that were sick and not confirmed, and a couple employees that were sick and not confirmed. But they were, you know, isolated, quarantined just in case. And then the state mandates, because we kept getting, you know, text messages about how wonderful they're doing, and all these other places are, you know, numbers were high, you know, cases and whatnot. And it's like, this is great. They're doing really good. They don't have any cases and everything's fine. And all of a sudden we get an email, a text that says, we're mandated by the state to test everybody in the facility, and we have well over 100 and some cases. And almost everybody was asymptomatic. So they didn't know they had any cases because nobody was sick. So they got it cleared up and they were getting ready to start. They started having visitors again. And we had to go sit outside, across the table from, well, they weren't tables then. They just set chairs out. And we went and saw my dad. And then not too long after, I don't know, when was it? After the summer ended, they started going through this facility again. Not a lot of cases, just a few. But they had to shut down. They had to shut down the visits again because people were sick. So they just got cleared, and they've been cleared for, I don't know, I think a couple weeks now. No new cases. Everybody's sick. Nobody's sick at all. So they just restarted visiting hours again. So we'll see how long that lasts. But almost all of them were asymptomatic, which was good for him because he didn't suffer. He wanted the virus to kill him. He kept telling us that. I want that damn virus to kill me. My sister said, the virus isn't going to kill you, Dad. It knows you want it so bad, it's not going to do it. Which it didn't, of course. He was fine. Just fine. So, you guys want to sprint again then? Since we said we're getting down to business. Oh. While Monique is ready. Okie dokie. Excuse me. Sorry about that. $25 starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Do I have to get up early tomorrow? Get up around 1:30 or 2 probably. see. The following writer said, "Hi everyone. I'm stopping by to hit the like button and wish you well with the evening writing." Well, thank you very much. You're probably already gone, but thanks for the like and the well wishes. Nice to see you. I haven't been able to make your sprints lately. Not very good in the middle of the day. I'm a night owl. Usually sleeping or doing something. That's usually at the doctor's. I spend more time there than anywhere else. But thank you. Okay, guys. I finished the last story and in the blog. And then I started reading all the comments and answering them. Now I'm almost caught up. So I'll be able to start writing on my book soon. Very soon. So how did everybody else do? That's good. 468 words. Wonderful. Yeah, Lala Monique, I see you did get down to business. That's good. I need to get down to business too. I kind of use the blogs as a way of procrastinating. I mean, I need to keep my blog up, so it's not totally procrastinating, but it's something that I can do when I don't feel like doing the book. I can work on my I finished the one I was working on, which is another. I'm not near the end of this one yet. I don't know how far it'll go before I have to stop because she wants her page family friendly. So the last one I was writing, because it's a everyday prompt, 3 words every day. And Fridays you get 3 words plus the 21 every single word for the week to write a post from. So I write these long stories, and they're the basics for my story. I'm writing, the first one was book 2, and this is book 3. And I don't know where it's going because I don't know what words I'm going to get. So the words I get are guiding the story because I have to write a story around the words. So sometimes it goes off in a way I'm not really thinking it's going to go, and it ends up going that way. And this one's kind of going a different way than I had planned, but he's one of the main characters is turning out to be an abuser. And he almost punched his girlfriend in the face. And she's like jumping away, and she's like, "Let me out of the vehicle right now." And she ended up falling out of it and hurting her ankle really bad. And he's like, "Oh, it was nothing. I wasn't going to hit you." She said, "Your fist was balled up and ready to hit me, and you had such a look of rage on your face." And he's like, this is talking about real life again, the way my ex-husband used to be. When he was in that rage, he had no idea what he was doing, and he almost killed people. And if things hadn't intervened, he would have killed people. That's the whole thing. That rage takes over, and this is what this kid has. So I'm taking something out of my life again and putting it in my story. And she's like, "I don't want you near me." and you have to get a job. And he's like, why do I have to get a job? And why are you working so damn much? You know, well, she's like, I have to help my mother. We have, you know, my mother's a single mom. We got 5 kids and she needs help. And you sit around all day and you don't do anything. You don't work. You do odd jobs for your mom to get gas money for a truck your dad gave you. You don't work. You have no responsibilities. And so she gave him the boot, told him, you know, until you get a job, until you start treating me like a person. I mean, you know, he doesn't take her out on dates because he doesn't have money. He complains about her working, and she's just working hard. She has a career in mind, and she wants a family, and she's helping her family right now. So, all right. So Courtney wrote 387 words, and she wrote and finished a poem. Very nice. Great job. Monique says, good job to both of us. Thank you. It's funny how things come out of your mind. I mean, that's not where when I started that story, that's not what I was planning, honestly. It started out as a really sweet little story. And today, you know, I got the next 3 words, and all of a sudden it turned into something else. And this kid is constantly picking on people, beating them up, threatening to beating them up. He's really, you know, an abuser. And he's dangerous. That rage is out of control. Now, I don't know if he's going to be the person that dies, the person that's suspected of being the main, you know, the main killer, or it's just, you know, somebody else did it and he's just going to look like being the person. I don't know yet I don't know where it's going. But I can only go so far in the blog, which she wants to keep it family friendly. So I had to stop the last one because the way I planned on going in the book itself is not happily ever after at that. You know, there's going to be a lot of stuff in between that aren't going to be so happy. And I didn't think she really wanted that stuff in her family friendly blog. So I just wrote it as it happily ever after and left it at that. But it won't be when I put it in the book. I have to finish. The ending will be different. So I thought Jen was coming back. She said she was coming home from work and the wait. That was quite a while ago. I thought. I lose track of time sometimes. No, I didn't. But this is just a tad bit confusing. I was trying to write in the book, and I realized writing this 3rd blog piece, that I realized that what I was writing, it would be okay if I go with what I wrote in the story, but it won't fit if I go with what I'm really going to write. So I may have to rewrite that last one. I did post it, but I may have to rewrite it. I don't know. We'll see. So I think most of the blog is caught up now. I have an Instagram comment to reply to. And then I got to start writing my book. At least something on it every day because I got to May 1st before it goes to edits. And since I'm changing up the story, it's going to take longer than I originally planned. So when I have a deadline, and this time I actually have a deadline, I work a little bit harder on it. Play with the button, sorry. I wanted to see what it did. I had to turn the fan on. I'm so hot. It's weird. The only poetry I can write frequently is haikus. Regular poems are so much harder for me. I have to be in a certain frame of mind. I have a lot of poems on my blogs. Some of them I think are great, and some of them I look at them again, I'm like, yeah. Because I kind of like the poems that rhyme and have meter more so than just rewritten words on a page. I do like haikus. I write them all the time. I write them frequently. Those I like. And it's fascinating to try to make something fit into a small syllable count, which is very, it's almost as bad as flash fiction, trying to write a story in 50 to 100 words. All right. So do we want to do another sprint? Courtney said, poems are very hard. I have an Instagram account where I write Christian poems and such, but it's been a while since I posted one because I've been so focused on novel writing. I think poems are hard. If I'm in a certain frame of mind, though, I can write a poem with no problem. But if I'm not in the right frame of mind, I can't write it. Okay, we'll go for another sprint. The haikus. Okay, you both agree. All right. The haikus I can do, no problem. But I mean an actual regular poem, so much harder. All right. Timer 25. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. That went fast. I just reread the last blog post I did, and I had so many mistakes in there. I had to fix. How'd you guys do? Mama Monique says her YouTube intro video is a poem. That's interesting. I don't think I have an intro. I don't think. I don't remember having an intro. You guys hear me? I can't hear me. Something sounds weird. I don't know if I'm actually hearing it through the computer. I think I'm hearing my voice. I don't think I'm hearing. I don't think I'm hearing it through here. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. Go back up here. We'll do this in order. Spent most of my time cleaning up some dictation and a scene on my manuscript on that one. Cool. Courtney would like to know what I'm snacking on. M&M's. Monique says, yes, I can hear you. Okay. It sounds weird. It sounds as if I'm hearing, it's muted because the headphones are on my head, so it doesn't sound like sound is coming out of the speaker. So I thought maybe it's not working right. And then Courtney said, I planned out my content for the week and did some reading. Wow, girl, you were productive. Monique says, you're on a roll. She's right. Good going. Well, I now plan in my planner on Wednesdays, I put do your plan with me video. That gives me time to set up what I want, what stickers I plan on using and sort of the color scheme or whatever. And then I can either do it that night because I have to do it in the middle of the night because during the day there's too much noise and people pounding on my door. So it's better to do it in the middle of the night when I'm not going to be in or the phone rings, one or the other, when I'm not going to be interrupted. And that gives me a few days to actually edit it so that it's ready to go on the Sunday because my planner runs Sunday to Saturday. So I now have that planned every week on my planner. So I'm getting slowly adjusted to checking my planner and writing in my planner. So I'm working on it, which means I forgot. So didn't look at that. Nope, because I didn't even write it down for today. Got today and I got one more tomorrow. Well, two more. One more day. Tomorrow. The steroid they gave me at the hospital. for my asthma attack. And I did not call any of the doctors and follow up with them because I didn't see any reason to. They're not, I know what they're going to say. The hospital already said there's nothing wrong. So why should I go pay? Well, I don't pay the doctor. The insurance covers it. Well, why should I do that when they're just going to use my time, make me sit around and wait, and tell me the same thing the hospital says? There's nothing wrong. There's nothing we can do. There's not, but no, I didn't call any of them. Wasn't any reason to. And the situation's still the same. I still can't breathe. It's just not as bad. I mean, I'm fine sitting here. By the time I walk to the elevator, I can't breathe. So. But yeah, Courtney, you did a lot in that little bit of time. I have to finish reading. I have to start cutting down because of this move and not knowing when it's going to happen. I'm starting to cut things down. So I stopped my Kindle Audible. So I used up the last of my points. And I caught it before the next one. So they shouldn't give me another one for this time because I caught it before it. I think I wrote the wrong dates down. Oh no, that's not a 10, that's a 6. Can't read. So that canceled that. Then the next one I went to was Kindle Unlimited. Now I did not cancel that yet because I'll lose what's left in there and I want to try. I haven't done it. I should be reading the few books I have in there that I, paid that membership for, even though I wasn't getting new books. You can have up to 10 a month. But if you don't read them the next month, you can't get any more until you get rid of a book. So it's like, so now I'm going through, I'm looking at the ones that are there, picking out the ones that are really important and trying to get them. But I only have a few days left. I really should be doing that rather than writing because I want to read them and get what information I can out of them since I paid for them and then cancel that subscription for the month. So because that's monthly. I have an Amazon auto delivery I need to cancel. There's some other things I need to cancel, but they're not up yet. And I don't want to cancel them until I know that when I'm going to be moving, because it could be as soon as this month or later if there's nothing available. But if something is available this month, it's going to be mad dash trying to get everything done and out of here by the 1st of April. And I have to sign a new lease before the 1st of April because April's my rental month. And she's like, well, don't sign it lease because if we find a place. I said, well, I have to sign it because if I don't, they're going to kick me out of here. I mean, that's the rule. Sign the lease or we kick you out. So I can't, what happens if I get someplace and it's like the last day of, the last day of March. We're in March, right? Last day of March. Obviously, they can't expect me to move out in a day and be out of here by April 1st. It's not going to happen. I'm not sure how that's going to work. because I would have to pay April's rent in order to stay. But if I pay April's rent and Medicaid says, okay, well, you're set up to go into this place on March 31st, so we're taking your check that month, I'm going to be in big trouble. So I hope this all works out fine. And it's an easy thing. And I hope they pass that stimulus check and get it out to us so I can pay my bills off. Because that's going to be one thing that could hold me back if I can't get the bills paid off. Like the guy at Verizon said, though, if you don't care about your credit, just don't pay it. And from this point on, my credit is no good because I will not be coming out of assisted living. Once I move in, from there, I will be going to a nursing home and will not be coming out of there. So my credit score really doesn't make a difference. And I just got a new credit card too. My credit was finally good enough to get another credit card, which I only wanted to work on building my credit. I filed for bankruptcy already. I didn't want to do it again. But I wanted another credit card to kind of, work on building my credit up. Put something on there that I get every month and then automatically pay it off, which is what I did with the first one. I have auto pay. I have Prime going on to it each month, and then I make an automatic payment to pay it off. Well, it's not paid completely off because I had to use it a couple times. And so that's what I was going to do with the second card and try to, keep on working on building my credit. But I won't need credit. If I'm in assisted living, I'm not going backwards. My credit really doesn't matter. I can just stop paying for all of them. They can I won't have a phone so they won't be able to bug the hell out of me. They can have credit agencies calling me like crazy and they're not going to get the money. There isn't any money to get. The country gets it. The government gets it. I'm babbling. Sorry about that. So anyhow, it's one of the things, and some of these things I don't know how to stop. I have to figure out how to stop some of these things. Things I have to take care of. I have to go through all my records because I have tons of paper, files. I can't take all these files. So I have to go through them and I have to work really hard at getting rid of unnecessary paperwork. I've got tons of stuff that I don't need anymore. Like old tax records. Don't need them anymore. So I need to go through them. So I have to start preparing myself. It might not be this month. It might be months from now, which will be, give me more time to work on getting stuff taken care of. So some things I don't want to cancel to the last minute. I mean, I don't want to cancel my streaming until I have to. So I like my streaming. Did you guys want to do another sprint? Nobody's saying anything, so I don't think you want to chat. Because I'm ready to do something. Not sure what, but I'm ready to do something. I got plenty to choose from. I will miss having my printer now. I'm used to just printing out things when I want to. I will miss that part for sure. Not much I can do about that though. Nominee says, I was listening to you while I calculated my average per day word count. I'm good for background music, right? That's one thing I don't stress over is word count. Only during Nano when I have to keep track of it, then I have to stress over it. But otherwise, I don't stress over word count. Doesn't bother me. Courtney says, I am only slightly falling asleep. Haha, only slightly. I'm waking back up again. I was falling asleep earlier, but I'm waking back up again. It just means it's going to be another late night, another half crazy, weird, sleepy. And it's messing with my BiPAP machine because I'm sleeping weird hours. I don't know if I'm getting the required amount of hours in. If I don't, they may not pay for my machine. But if I'm not tired, what am I supposed to do? So, Lamini says that just over 1K, I've got to get to 2K to make my date in time for editing and arcs. $2K. Tonight you have to do 2K? I'm not sure when your date for editing and arcs is due. Arcs, advanced reading copy. I was thinking that's what you mean, right? Advanced reading copy. I was thinking the other. I was thinking the character arc thing, but you probably mean, yeah, advanced reading copy. I'm pretty sure I'm talking about. Courtney says, I told myself I was going to finish reading this book, though, so I'm going to try to stay up. If you all don't hear from me, it's because I've fallen asleep while reading. Well, I know many nights I used to go into my daughter's room because the light would be on late, and she's not usually, I mean, not that she wasn't up late, but she was quiet. And I went in the room and peeked around the corner, and she'd be sound asleep with her school books all around her. She'd be sleeping on top of them. Because, she fell asleep. It was boring. She was reading school books. She hates reading anyhow, so. Lomini says, no, raise my daily average. Oh, you have to raise your daily average to 2K to make the date and time. Oh, gotcha. Yes, advanced reading copy. I'm doing one of those for somebody. I don't know if you were here earlier when Bethany Votal was here, but they have one, an anthology, horror anthology, and I agreed to be an arc. And I figured the more practice I get, the better off I am. Plus, I like reading those kind of stories. But I have to go on to Goodreads. Where was he? Oh, on Amazon. And put in a testimonial or whatever you call those things. You know what I'm talking about. I did one for you, Lominique. And to do one of those things. So Lominique says, I'm going to move from writing to gearing up for promos. Okay. But I'll be on here with you guys. All right. Sounds good. Lominique says, would love you to be one of my arcs for book 2. I can do that. I can certainly do that. Reviews, that's the word. Yeah, I had a promise to do a review. I'm like, that's the nervous part, because I get nervous when I have to write a review. I have a hard time figuring out what to say. Lamini says, yay! And get my reading in. I used to love to read, and I used to read so much, and now I write more than I read. Right, I've already read book 1, so why not keep up the momentum with book 2? I can do that. Book 1's still sitting on my table here. I looked, I'm like, I know she said she signed this thing. Where did she sign it? For some reason, the page didn't, it kept sticking together. And I kept going back and forth. I said, I know she said she signed this thing. And I finally found it. I'm like, oh, there it is. You're welcome. And I'm glad that you were happy with the review, because, like I said, they're difficult for me to know what to say. And now I got another one to do for them, and then I'll have yours again to do. So the harder, I think 2 will probably be a little harder, because I'm sure the storyline changes somewhat. So, well, no sense second guessing till I actually read the book. Well, I'm glad you think I did an excellent job. That makes me happy, because I was really worried. I was really worried about that. But I meant what I said in there. It really did open my eyes to something I never really thought about. And nowadays, it's way more common. Way more common. And those children, they're innocent. They have no part in this. And they'll be the ones that are being, persecuted and treated horribly. So, yeah, okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one who stresses it out. I'm a little stressed about, I'll have to get that off my ear. Oh, that feels so much better. When I have the timer on, I can't. Every time I unplug it, I can unplug it. It doesn't bother my system. But when I do, I knock my system out. So I don't want to mess with it and pull it out. But I can't go on some people's, I can't go on their streams, because for some reason the feedback is ridiculous, which is why I had to make him put headset on earlier. I said, there's too much feedback. You're going to have to put something on, unfortunately. And he says, yeah, definitely. I think it's gotten a lot better than the 80s when I was little. Plus, because there's so much, it's more common now. But it still wasn't something that I thought about, because it didn't really affect me. I didn't run into that situation. So it was, very eye-opening for me. And then I started thinking, there's going to be a lot more of those children now, because so many of the families are mixed. And it really does a number on the kid, which is a shame. So you're doing the world a favor by letting people know just what it's like. But you're right. It probably will be getting better as more and more of these children are born and it becomes more commonplace. Everybody will be mixed. There won't be a line anymore. Everybody will be mixed. It won't matter. Eventually, somewhere along the line. All right, so let's start another sprint. I figure out which of the million things I have here to do, I want to do. I probably should do those books so I can cancel or I'll have to pay for another month of Kindle Unlimited so I can finish. Of course, I could get more books too, but then, I worry too much. If that's the prediction for 2025, really? Productivity Pomodoro. But we're not quite doing the Pomodoro. We're doing the 25 minutes, but we're doing more than 5 minutes in between. We're not quite doing the Pomodoro method. Unless you're referring to something different. All right. Let me set that timer. And we'll get some work done. I'm already getting distracted by something. All right. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. They've been saying it for years, everyone will be mixed. I haven't really, like I said, wasn't something I was aware of. It wasn't part of my world. I can't say that I've ever really, maybe never really, I never knew if they were. Let's put it that way. I can't say I probably never met a mixed person, but I never knew a mixed person. And the story, the story of your life, kind of hit home since we're friends now. So makes me think about it. And the more I thought about it, I'm thinking, you see it's becoming more common all the time to see mixed families. So yeah, eventually we're all going to be mixed. There won't be any more races. There won't be, single, well, you may have some people, there may be some people that hold out, but for the most part, everyone will be mixed. There won't be any distinction. There won't be a reason. They'll find other reasons for distinctions, believe me. People are like that. So in that case, there will still probably be some kind of problem going on. But it won't be the fact that, your people being mixed races. Because everybody will be mixed. Except for a few people. But I think we'll probably eventually get to a point where hopefully it won't no longer. I'm a writer. I can talk. It won't be a problem any longer. All right. Let me get to work doing something here. I'll see you in 22 minutes. All right. Well, I decided to take some time and read instead of write. Like I said, I have all these books I need to read. I have another one I wanted to write a review for on Goodreads. And I had started it, and then I didn't finish it. And it's on that bunch of books under Kindle Unlimited, which will disappear if I don't pay the monthly fee for it. I mean, I could probably find the book, hopefully, and pay for it. I'm trying to finish it up if I can. I don't know how much longer the book is. So, time went really fast. It's a fantasy type thing. Like I said, it's one of those things where I'm little. Sometimes they catch my attention, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure. This one's really kind of strange. I'm not really sure. I read a good bit of the first book. This is the second one. I'm not really sure. So what did you guys do? Anything? At least by reading this one, I don't have to write a bunch of notes. If I read some of these others, they're writing books and I need to write notes, probably. To add more paper to the growing pile of paper around me. So at least this one I can just read. Courtney says, now my neighbors are fighting very loudly. She got very distracted but managed to get a few pages of reading. And then her neighbors started fighting very loudly at 12:30 at night. Well, I don't know where you're located. It may not be 12:30 where you're located. It's 12:30 here. I remember one night when that was something I could have written about in my memoir. The people that lived in the house. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was in the second part. That's true. That was the second part. That was after we got out of the military. That one's so screwed up. I have no idea of the timeline. But they were fighting all the time above us. And one night they were fighting, and she threw the wedding ring, out the window into the grass. So now all the screaming and carrying on, she's out there in the grass, which was kind of tall, and she's crying, and she's like, threw my wedding ring out the window, I can't find it. Late at night, trying to find a wedding ring in the grass. Obviously, rings aren't very big. But it's like, they were practically, it sounded like they were killing them. Okay, you're on the east too then. It's almost 12:30. So, Monique just came back. So they were fighting, late at night, and she's now crying and yelling, "Get down here and find that ring," because she threw it out in the fury. Smart. And then I'm sure she was all upset. It's like, "Come out here and help me find this ring." Oh my God. They were pretty violent. They were really banging around up there. It's like, not sure whether to call the cops or not, because they couldn't tell. We couldn't tell if he was going to hurt her or not. There was a lot of yelling and screaming going on. That's the kind of stuff around here. We live so close together that it doesn't take a lot of yelling for a fight to be overheard. Dominic says, "Think I'm going to call it a night. I will talk to you soon." Okay. Well, have a good night, and thanks for stopping by. Courtney says, "I think I'm going out to head out soon too. I'm super sleepy." What else do you have to work on, Tessa? Oh, don't worry. I have plenty. Between books I have to read, a file cabinet of papers I have to go through, a book I'm supposed to be writing, and, correcting, editing, fixing the beta reader comments. I've got plenty to do. And the new prompt will be out soon, so I'll be able to write that story, the next story in the prompt. So I've got plenty of stuff to do. Don't worry about me. And if I fall asleep, there won't be anybody here to know. I thought Jen was coming, so I don't know if she's coming or not, because now we're going on. She's 3 hours behind, so it's only 9:30 where she's at. But I thought she was coming. She said, "Wait up for me. I'm almost home." I'm like, I'm waiting. Where are you? So I don't know what's going on there. But I'll just put the timer on and let it run for a while, and maybe read a little bit more of this book, or maybe start one of the ones I need to take notes on. Or I got plenty to do. Like I said, don't worry. There's plenty. Yeah, that's what I said. She's usually here, and she popped in and said, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be back." I didn't see her come back. And so, unless she popped in and I missed the message. So I don't know. All right. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. See you soon. That was interesting. I mean, I might as well go to bed myself. I'm tired. I'm falling asleep. I don't think Jen's coming back. And I can't stay awake to read the book. I'm half asleep. So I think I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. Everybody else is gone that I'm aware of. And let's see, sprint tomorrow. I have a sprint tomorrow. So I'm going to end this broadcast now. Good night, everybody.